Hello and welcome to tonight's episode of Heresy and Damnation, Choir of the Void. I'm your host and Game Master, Azuloth. I'll introduce our players in a moment. First, some announcements about this game and our schedule. Every other Wednesday, you can find us playing Lost in Theros here on this channel. Lost in Theros is a 5th edition D&D game with a general runtime of about 2 to 3 hours. We won't have a Lost in Theros game on the 24th because we have a Session 0 for Among Desert Jewels, which is a one-shot that we will be running on the 24th. So that game is cancelled. Just heads up. Every other Sunday, that means today and 2 weeks from now, you can find us here playing Heresy and Damnation. Heresy and Damnation is a 1st edition Dark Heresy game with a general runtime of 4 hours. Another note on the schedule is on the 16th we have a Session 0 for a 3 episode game called Darthek Rising, which will the actual date for the game itself hasn't been decided yet. That's why you hold Session 0s. Just a couple of other notes, and about all the games that I run, I roll the dice behind the screen just like at home, and you'll hear them hitting the felt. And you'll know the results when I speak them. So it's kind of how it works at a table. So that's kind of what we're trying to go for here. Just get that at the table feeling going on. Also in all my games, backseat gaming is ignored or mocked. Let the players play their characters. Let them make their own decisions. Also in the beginning of just about every rulebook, it states that, you know, the DM is the person who should make the ruling on the rules because they have the most information about what's going on. And also, rule of cool is a thing, and having fun is the most important thing. So we're here to have fun. We're occasionally going to throw the rulebook out, and it's going to be a great time anyway. So you don't need to adhere strictly to the rules 100% of the time to have a good time. I generally encourage the chat to chat, but I tend not to acknowledge it during the stream. That's because I'm trying to focus on the game. I'll do shoutouts at the front of the next stream. And without any further ado, let's introduce our players. Let's go and start with a shitlord. Ask him anything.
Hi, I'm a shitlord. You still can't ask me anything, but I play.
Do you still feel shame?
Luminette? No, I don't. I play Maria Luminette in this game, and on the Wednesday game, I play Jellybean.
Okay. I've already introduced I've already introduced myself. Beetlejuice, you're up.
Hi, I'm down playing Beetlejuice. I also play Boyfriend on the Theros game. I'm deeply sad, and we're not gonna have it. No.
Aren't you in that? No, you're not in that Session 0.
You tried to make me feel better, but you only failed.
Yeah. Oh well.
Could feel more sadder about that. Anyway.
Gabriel, you're up.
My name is Lee. I'm playing Gabriel, the only brain cells in this group. And,
I know. You know.
That's all, really.
Okay.
The closer to a brain cell, I would say.
I'm Lucy. I'm playing Havelock, and I find Lee's comment disparaging because I have an average intelligence of 33, so I'm going to punch him in the face this game and see how well that goes.
I literally have double.
Still going to punch him in the face.
So 2 brain cells for every one of Havelock's brain cells. Get it.
You have 60 intelligence? What the fuck's going on?
I told you, I literally haven't taken anything except from intelligence advances and from my starting alternate rank.
What's up with you and crazy high stats?
It's just
Which god did you make a deal with?
It's statistics.
It's just the intelligence stat, really.
Because he's a nerd.
I like to believe you made a deal with the god.
I won't say it.
All right, Tom, up to you. Bring us home.
I play Beric in the Choir of the Void, and I play Illis in Lost and Theorus on Wednesdays.
You right there, Tom?
Just tired.
Yeah, I feel you, man. All right, well, without further ado, let's get into it. So, last we left off, some shenanigans were going on regarding certain property and the acquisition of this particular weapon from Maria's apartment, as well as kind of a downtime period where you guys were trying to figure out what exactly to do next in regards to this Flenser case. There are a couple of things that you had posited already, such as searching for the secondary location out in the warehouse district and hitting up Crane's house in the Self-Mine district. So, who would like to start?
Thank you for volunteering.
Oh, me and Tal just got done arguing about the gun. What time was it? Do we remember? Morning?
It was night.
Afternoon?
We'll say it was night. Because it's
Okay.
always night now here on St. Astrid's.
True.
Yes. Sekhmet the gas giant has passed in front of the local star and has blocked out the sun for an unknown amount of time. It has been several days already, and it is still pouring rain.
Well, I guess first thing I'll do, I guess, is text Maria and tell her that I'll be getting the gun in the morning.
Okay. Boop, boop, boop.
Then after that, I guess I'll head back to my place since it's night.
Alright, you head home. Maria, you get a text on your phone, your data slate, that your... I guess he's no longer your driver anymore because he doesn't work for you, but...
I don't know that.
You don't know that. Your driver, quote-unquote, sends you a text message that he will pick it up in the morning.
How dare he?
There will be an angrily worded text message about needing to get it back tonight, and that it is very critical that it is picked up tonight.
Well, I guess when I get the message, I'll text her back and say that what was the word she used for him? Brainy boy or something? Yeah, already has the gun, and he'll give it to me in the morning.
there emojis in 40K? Can I send back the most deadpan emperor emoji?
Absolutely,
There
yes.
it is.
It's just the.
Oh my! I
It's
feel like that's heresy.
it's just like this. You know. It's the likeness of the emperor, not an actual picture of the emperor. So it pushes the bounds of heresy on some planets. But it's just this deadpan staring emperor as if he's like just been told that Perturabo shat in his breakfast. So
Well, I guess if that's taken care of. Fuck. I guess a middle finger emoji to Hooch, as he is lovingly put in on my phone.
okay,
Then I will just play apps until the phone dies or Maria doesn't die but falls asleep.
Okay. Yeah. Beetlejuice, you get a text message. It's just a middle finger.
Oh. Anyway.
All right. Who's next?
If we are ready to get some actual work done, Gabriel will step up and start trying to generate that list, basically, of all of the properties owned by Castor and Crane. He won't restrict it to the warehouse district at first, just to get an overall view, and then he'll start trying to narrow it down based on places that have manufacturing capabilities, so cutting out stuff that is just like administrative offices. Also, I guess keep in stuff that could house just like a storage warehouse, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Once he has a number on that, I'll decide how to proceed.
Okay. There are 5 properties of interest then. After narrowing out the administrative offices and all that stuff. There is the main Castor and Crane Forge Works, which produces heavy machinery, in the form of vehicles for the war effort. There is the Independent Forge Arms manufacturing plant that produces guns. So it produces the Citizen Special. It produces these new guns that haven't hit the market yet. And there are 2 warehouses, one warehouse associated with each, as well as a landing pad in the Imperial District.
Right. Okay. You know what? I did not have my contemporaneous notes open, so could I get those 5 again?
There's the main Castor and Crane for Forge Works, which produces the vehicles.
Right.
And then there's the Independent Forge Arms manufacturing plant, which produces the guns. And there's a warehouse for each of those. And then there's the landing pad in the Imperial District.
Okay. And as far as the ferrous oxide dust, that would be present, like just based on understanding the manufacturing process. Could it still be in such a sort of transmissible and accumulative form in the warehouses, or would I be focusing more on the Forge Works for the vehicles and the weapons?
Do you have logic?
I do.
Make a logic test.
Cool.
Uh,
2.6 degrees of success.
Yeah, so if a vehicle is transporting from the manufacturing plant to the warehouse, you could easily pick up that dust on its own tires, transfer them to the warehouse in that fashion. So, yeah.
So, the only one that seems unlikely at this point is the landing pad.
Yeah, I mean, there may be trace amounts there, but it's like, that's far. And
Right.
it's raining, so it always rains here.
Okay, interesting. Well, I'm gonna get the addresses for all of those. And then I'll prepare a report with them and present it to Detective Azura's the next morning to sort of see what she thinks is the best avenue to investigate first.
Okay. Anyone going to do anything else tonight?
I'd like to cry. Crying is free action.
Crying is a free action. You may cry.
Yeah.
All right.
Extend the crying is a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, so we'll switch up to the following morning. I will call it April 4th. All right. Who's doing what? Where would you all like to go? What would you like to do?
Gabriel's heading to the office first and foremost.
Okay.
I guess I'm doing the same.
All right.
Yeah, Havelock will do the same.
Okay. It's not like you have a log commute.
For you. Let's see.
All right, so you guys are going to head over to the bullpen.
The full bullpen.
There you go, Gabriel. Your token's already on the map.
I live here.
Pretty much.
Kick open the door. My house.
My house, motherfucker.
Mittens. Wouldn't go anywhere without that good boy. Who else is coming in to work today?
Me and Beetlegoose.
All right.
Juice.
Yeah, Beetlegoose.
It's Beetlegoose from now on. There we go.
Beetlegoose.
Okay. Me and Barack Obama. Bob. This is the perfect time for it to start a shootout. We have everybody here.
No, we don't.
It's like he's doing soccer things. Quick, shoot him in the face! Shoot him in the face!
Famous gun user, Flenser.
To be fair, it's been a lot of years and you guys even haven't figured out anything about them.
Let's just start summarily executing people one by one.
Gabriel, you see Detective Azura's take down Lieutenant Wren's nameplate. And she dumps it in the trash next to her desk.
I assume that was an emotionally significant moment for normal people.
Maybe.
Max Zuckerberg playing Dark Heresy with us.
I find that very hurtful. More hurtful than anything you've ever said.
Alright, Lizard Man.
Hurtful because it's true?
No. Because it's inaccurate.
Man.
It's because you... Come on, man. You can just smoke some meats. Get your humors back up.
Yeah, he doesn't sit in a fucking, like... What is it? In a high chair. He doesn't bring a booster seat with him.
He lives in a deprivation tank. You know, so his scales don't get too dry.
Oh no, that's Joe Rogan. Derailing a snatch.
All right.
Not even half an hour in. Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
We'll just get that train back on the tracks. All right, you guys are free to do whatever.
To go into work.
You'd like to go into work, Maria?
Yeah. I'd like to
You allowed?
I'd like to walk out my front door and go into work.
Well,
like nothing's happening.
You make the attempt to walk out of the cell as if nothing's happened, and it's still locked.
How? Oh shit, Maria time.
Oh, okay, hold up.
Sorry, I stopped paying attention.
Can I make a security check on the cell door?
Okay, sure.
That's a bad idea. I'm not going to. Never mind.
All right.
Continue on.
Okay.
Please don't lick the lock and make it open.
Or do.
Hey, you want to talk about fun mutants?
What that tongue do, though?
Oh boy.
That's some Tyranid shit right there.
All right. Who wants to do what now?
Mm-hmm.
Gabriel will turn in the report and basically say, well, I'm assuming you're going to make me go into the field again at some point, but in order to stave it off, I have presented you with a number of things that other people can do to go into the field so that I don't have to do them. Here. And hands the report.
She nods and takes a look at it. All right, then. Do you have anything else to do today?
If I say yes, will you not make me go into the field?
If you say yes, I'm going to ask you exactly what it is you'll be doing.
I don't have anything else presently.
Okay. Have a seat.
Yoke Skywalker.
Alright, anyone else?
Mm-hmm. Beetlejuice puts Maria's gun in I believe it was 2 clips. Either Tib or the DM can correct me on this. In front of Barracks. As I said, here's the delivery.
Okay, you put down the black gun case on the desk. Bertilla is watching this, intrigued. Is there an illegal gun sale happening in my bullpen?
No, this is Maria's. Beetlejuice picked it up last night, and I'll be holding on to it for now.
I see.
So, what you're saying is yes.
No, we have permission. Well, at least I have permission to hold on to the gun.
Well, he's not paying me anything, so I do not believe that this is considered a trade and enters into the legal jurisdictions of that.
If I had a flashbang tower, I'd fucking flashbang this room.
You should. I deserve it.
Bertilla says, well, you might as well lock it up and put it in the evidence lockup for now.
On the topics of locking up, I was under the understanding that Maria was supposed to be not anymore.
It's
locked up, that is.
It's more or less up to the Justicar and myself to determine when she's allowed to rejoin the citizenry. So I have yet to make that decision. I was going to make it this morning. Do you want to be the one who babysits her?
No.
Is that a choice?
Well, you can express your...
No.
Okay. Anyone else want to babysit Maria?
Are there any benefits?
No.
My company? Are you kidding me? It's a benefit.
So I'm not the last one. Fucking no.
Havelock knows explicitly that you stole money from me. The last time I was babysitting you, so he won't do it. Barak has been slave drived over you. He won't do it. Gabriel hates everybody equally. He won't do it.
Alright then, I'm going to divide up the team. So we have 4 locations to look at. Well, 5 if we count the Crane residence. Anyone want to take any place in particular?
What kind of investigation are we going to be doing?
We're going to be looking for the secondary location and following up on a lead. So these 4 locations, and she details the manufacturing locations and the warehouse locations, are looking for the secondary location, and this location, which is the Crane residence, is looking for following up on a lead.
Hmm.
Do we have any inns at the Crane Forge Works? Are we going in without a warrant, with a warrant?
Oh, we don't need one. Not in pursuit of this.
Oh, we're all right then. I'll take the main Forge Works.
All right. Here's your paperwork. Take someone with you.
What do you think is going to happen there? What skill set do you need?
I need someone to drive me there so that I can do my job there.
Barack, go with Gabriel.
You said the exact keyword. Congratulations.
Okay.
That's the secret word. Drive.
Beetlejuice and Hastus, go ahead and pick a place, and I will follow up on the Crane residence. Gabriel, once you're done with the main Forge Works, head over to the secondary one.
Independent Arms, yes. Will do.
And Hastus and Beetlejuice, take a look at the warehouses.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Out of character.
Yeah.
Ooh, what are we looking for at the warehouses?
You're looking for the Flenser's secondary location where he does his murder stabby skinny.
Or I thought we were looking for specifically Tom's secondary location.
Yeah.
Because we don't have... Well, his secondary location will hopefully give us some clues as to why he did what he did.
Mm-hmm.
And thus,
Mm-hmm.
maybe give us something on the Flenser? Who the fuck knows?
Who the fuck knows? Okay.
Hmm.
Do you all depart for your particular missions?
I wanted to ask a question. What
Sure.
exactly will be the investigation in the Craner's location?
Following up on the permission granted to have the shotgun that was not on the market yet.
Hmm. Do you expect any sort of them to give you the talk around?
I'm expecting them to give me something. Some kind of information.
I will, before I depart, give you the decision if I should be along with this.
No.
I do... that's fair. I didn't plan to do anything, but I do, however, have methods to make somebody unable to lie.
That would be insulting to the nobles. It's not like we have them over a barrel and we already have evidence against them for committing any sort of treason or heresy. So keep that to the minimum.
I can say that it would not have any effect upon them. It would only be on me, and it could be undetectable unless for a psyker to be there. So, honestly, up to you.
I would prefer not.
Noted.
Alright then, well I have to go and babysit, so I will depart now. You are to complete these tasks by the end of the day.
Okay.
Instead.
Mm-hmm.
And she heads out. Alright, gents.
Arbitrator has to Havelock. Shall we go?
Yeah, let's do it. Go on, boy.
Indeed. Oh, good morning, Meetings.
Okay.
Alright. Are you ready to leave, Gabriel?
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright. Maria.
Moo.
The detective
I don't like the way that sounds.
comes around the corner and says, well, it seems like it's time for you to have a stretch.
She's gonna like look up at her and like, what does that mean?
It means we're going on a field trip. I expect your best behavior.
Don't I have to have a permission slip or something?
No, not that kind of field trip. We're going to Crane's house.
Those people again.
I expect you to apologize for your brashness.
Shh. Maria will not say anything.
Okay. That is not the only purpose why we're going there. We are going there to follow up on a lead.
The lead being...
Well, follow my lead and maybe you'll pick up what the lead is. How about that?
Very well, but you know I'm not the brightest.
We'll talk about it afterwards. If you don't get it still.
Maria will prepare to leave.
Okay, she unlocks the cell, allows you to leave.
How particularly did she unlock the cells?
She used a magnetic card.
Son of a... I don't have one of those. I will pay attention to that. I never...
Okay.
Follow her out.
Yep, so she puts it away and leads you out.
Have I been given fresh clothing?
You can ask for it if you'd like.
No, I think it's way better if I go in soaked in Tom's blood. Let's do this.
Okay. So she goes and she picks up a car and goes about her business. We'll switch over to the one of the other teams. Anyone would like to go first, or should I roll for it?
I'll roll for it.
Okay. Who wants to be even?
I'll go even.
Evens. Okay. 5. 5 would be odd, so Livesey and Tau. Beetlejuice and Havelock. You guys are up first. Heading to the warehouse district.
Yep.
Alright. So, this takes you to this area. You can take the green line out there. The address is not too far from where the tram ends, and you can walk it the rest of the way. Or if one of you has the drive skill, you could borrow a car from the precinct.
I do not.
Neither do I. So it looks like we're taking the tram.
All right, so you take the tram. You head down the green line. You get off at the end of the line. You head towards the warehouse. You arrive outside. It seems to be sparsely populated. There are a handful of guys just like milling about outside one of the entry doors, having a smoke under one of the awnings because it's pouring. The lights are on, so you can see the building. Not too bad. It looks like it's in good repair. Looks pretty active. This one in particular is a warehouse for the Tauroxes that they modify for Imperial Guard purposes.
Right.
So it's larger. It has large bays. They get loaded up on beds, and then a crawler takes them over to the spaceport to load them up for transport. A different train, more or less.
Sir, Mr. Beetlejuice.
Hello.
You are a sanctioned psychic, correct?
Very much so.
That means you have an Imperial Guard ID, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Another stupid question. You have it on you, correct?
Right here. Presents it. Well, but we also have our chips currently.
Alright. Hass is going to walk to the front. He's going to try and walk through the front door of this warehouse.
Okay. Walk through it. Okay, so looks like there's a security booth. Guy kind of waves at you as you start to approach. Waves you over to come talk to him. It's one of those security booths that, you know, it has the little, like, arms that go up and down, you know, to block vehicles from coming in and out. He says, "Hey, where you going, buddy?"
Oh, fuck. Did we get given any paperwork?
Yeah, each of you got a piece of paper that basically authorized you to search the place from top to bottom.
Okay.
It's not technically a warrant because, you know, you don't have rights in the Imperium. It's just basically a piece of paper that says, "Fuck off, let me do my job," or "We are authorized to shoot you." So.
I'll just simply show him the piece of paper.
He says, "Alright, no problems here. Go on in. Have fun. There's nothing in there but Tauroxes and cranky people."
And who would be the top cranky?
Top cranky is Warehouse Master Holt. Warehouse Master Holt. He is in his office.
Much obliged.
Yep. Okay, so you go in. He lets you and Beetlejuice in. You go inside the warehouse. It's quite large. There is probably like 2 kilometers of floor space here. 2 square kilometers. And it's just Taurox after Taurox after Taurox after Taurox with spare parts and wheels in various containers. They're being sealed up, ready to get shipped out. So you see, like, you know, 10, 15 guys working on a pallet, putting together, you know, the tops and the sides of these things so that they can get put on the train, the crawler, and then get sent over to the spaceport to get loaded.
Right. How is the working conditions on such a dark night or lunar event, I guess?
There are many lamps inside. Some of them are quite old. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Ooh, okay. Let me get it. Perception. Oops. Seems like there's something wrong with my sheet. Let me reload a little bit. Sorry about that.
No problem. Havelock, you do notice just passively that you've been clocked by several of the workers here. that seem to have nothing better to do than just generally stand around and, smoke.
What's like the general feel of their reaction?
They kind of look like they're curious a little bit. It's kind of hard to tell because they've got gas masks on, and face plates for welding and that sort of thing, because they generally look like a crew that seals containers. So, they've got the jumpsuits. The jumpsuits are dirty as hell. They've never seen a wash day in their lives. They got, the plates over their faces for welding, but some of them have them up, and a couple of the guys that are, have gas masks on, they've kind of stuck the butt of the low stick up and under the mask, so it's just this snaggle of the mask kind of just coming slightly uncovered, so it's slightly off. It's a little off-putting. That they're just those two guys are just so lazy that they're not going to take the mask off all the way. Tao, Beetlejuice sees that some of the lamps here are hundreds of years old. They're barely glowing. The lighting in here is probably best considered dim on average, but where they're doing welding to seal up crates, it's semi-bright because of the sparks or because of the glow of plasma torches and whatnot.
Beetlejuice will squint his eyes at the low lighting. Havelock would see him with the hand over his eyes. He'd start doing some sigils on the air, but then look at Havelock and then close his hands and stop. It's never good during those eclipses.
What isn't good?
Vision. When things are dark, people's feelings normally follow.
So, what was with all the and Asses will imitate his hand movements?
That was it's a technique to conjure light through the burning of one's thoughts. Of course, not used because you did not give me permission to do so.
Well, this is a facility run by the Imperial Guard. If anything should go wrong, I can always blame it on them. So feel free to do what you need to have to do.
Noted.
So have we walked through the front door of the warehouse yet?
Yeah, you have already. You're inside. Okay. Yeah.
Tell me if there's through the way that we follow, there's a particular path that nobody's really close by or looking at us. We're just gonna try to keep an eye out for that.
All right. I mean, there are a couple of spots that are artificially secluded amongst the warehouse because it's so large. You could go to a spot on purpose that is just between two stacks and just be alone if you'd like.
No, just in the path that we're taking to talk with this guy, it's if we find ourselves in a corridor, there's not many people, or in a place there's horribly there's horrible illumination or line of sight, then
so
that's what I'll be looking for.
So there's not really much of by way of a corridor that isn't artificially made by the product, because they're not wasting that kind of space. They're using the majority of their space for storage or logistical movement of the good. So at the back wall of the facility that isn't being used, there's a staircase that leads up to the office, and that's it. That's the only office. So you see, here and there and everywhere, the guys that are taking their breaks are taking them on top of the product, or taking them next to the product, or leaning against a wall that's out of the way. those guys that are taking their breaks are doing that. Everybody else is working.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not really much of a secluded area unless you go for it, because that staircase is along the back wall. That seems to be a prime spot where people do the lean and smoke.
Okay, that's fair. I won't do that then. I just follow.
Okay. Alright, so you guys arrive at the office. You head upstairs. It's a metal staircase, clangs as you go up. It seems like it's quite old. It should probably be replaced soon. The door is open, and it's this musty, old papery kind of smelling room that's got a couple of lamps, one by the door and one on the desk that the warehouse master is occupying. He's this sort of portly man who seems like he's attached to the chair, more or less. He doesn't look up when you guys enter. So, you guys are in the office now.
Is the warehouse, what I'm assuming is the warehouse manager, are they in here?
Yeah, he's in the chair. It's more or less like it looks to be that he's never left this space. He's just kind of adhered to the space. He's got that presence about him that he's, part of the furniture here.
Right.
So,
Got the tech priest drip.
He's been...
Mr. Holt?
He looks up. He says, "Oh, for a second there, I thought you were somebody asking for another break. What can I do for you, gentlemen?"
Well, take it for starters that your staff are either slackers or overworked, but that's not why we're here.
All right. Why are you here?
So, and I'll show him the piece of paper. We're here to essentially have a look around. This is in regards to the Flenser.
I see.
We're here to just cross the T's, dot the I's.
All right, sure. Have at it.
Just a couple of questions before we move on and kind of get this out of our way. This is a restricted site. Is there security on staff 24/7?
We have the gate guard who's on staff. We have somebody on staff there 24/7. We have at the vehicle bays someone on guard 24/7, and we have one perimeter guard on standby 24/7.
Right. Out of the three of those, who would be the best to have a chat with, in the terms of who's in charge?
Who's in charge? Well, they all sort of report to me. So, I mean, if you're looking for who's in charge of security, you're looking at him.
Right. Do they keep notebooks? Do you have surveillance in the area?
Surveillance cameras haven't worked for years, and nobody's deigned to feel it important enough to replace those. We do have logs and notebooks of comings and goings. So,
okay.
If you'd like those, I can hand those over to you.
What is the typical shift work time for workers? Are they here all the time getting things out to the Imperium, or is there a time where you have no one on site, essentially?
We haven't had no one on site for over 150 years. So it's roughly... we have about 200 to 300 people here per shift, depending on which shift. And on the lower end, for small hours of the morning, not a lot of people like to work during those hours, but we pay a little higher for that. We gotta meet the demand, you see, so... It's also not unskilled labor. We need them to move heavy equipment and properly secure it, so... There's all that.
What is the time for the morning shift?
Morning shift starts at 6 a.m.
And when do you get majority of your workers in?
Majority of workers are in for shift 2, which starts at and overlaps with shift 1 for a few hours around 2 in the afternoon, or 1400 if you use Imperial Clock.
Okay. Is there a underground area, so if things for, say, maintenance, like pipes, things of that nature that are currently under this facility, do you know of?
We know we have a sewer link up, we have water link up, we have drainage from rain, power conduit link up. There is a utility room. You can find the access to it underneath this office. So if you go down the stairs and then look underneath the office, there's a hatch. They're not supposed to obstruct the hatch, so there shouldn't be any pallet on top of that.
Right. Okay. Now this is probably the most important question. I'm going to need you to think back, Mr. Holt.
Mm-hmm.
At any point in time, have you ever noticed anyone, somebody, hovering around the utility hatch, security reporting, people, basically anything out of the ordinary that is consistent over the past 6 months?
He looks real thoughtful for a moment. He says, I don't think so, can't say they have. There was a moment where someone did place a pallet over it. We disciplined the employee for that. Don't need the tech priests coming in and giving us citations because we don't have access readily available to them. You know how they are, demanding and such.
Yes. And that was only the one employee who's done that once?
Yeah. Made an example of him a little bit. And that was enough.
Okay. While this question is going on, can I walk around this office?
Yeah.
Looking at everything?
Yeah, go ahead and... are you searching for something in particular? Like, you going through the stuff, or are you just looking at it?
I'm just looking, the documents, newspaper, anything that just catches my mind, like...
Sure.
Hidden gun, for example.
Alright, sure. Go ahead and make a perception test.
Perception. Go. Nice.
Okay. There are quite a few file cabinets around here, and they're labeled. Most of them are just labeled timekeeping records. Some of them are labeled inventory logs. And one of them's labeled personnel files. And that's about it. He's got an old radio in here that he doesn't look like he's touched it in like a month or two. It's not on, but it's set to a station. It's just the local ecclesiarchy station. And that's about it.
Does he have any newspapers in here?
No, he doesn't have any newspapers in here.
Okay. While he's talking with Arbitrator, I would like to, while he is distracted, I would like to manifest a power.
Sure. What are you manifesting?
I am manifesting the power Truth Seeker.
Okay.
It's a threshold 6.
Okay.
It makes it so that if anybody utters a falsehood to me, they must try to make a willpower test.
Okay.
Or else they either immediately shut up or they say the truth.
All right.
They can choose.
I see. Alright, so go ahead and make your test.
Mm-hmm. 6. Is that rating 1? Modifier.
Okay. That's with the plus in it, right? Yeah.
I didn't put any plus in it.
I mean, if you roll the psi power roll, it automatically does the math.
Yeah, it automatically adds all your modifiers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has my willpower in it.
Yeah. So you're good. Okay. Yeah, so it goes off. It doesn't seem like he has told any falsehoods so far.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with, gentlemen?
Not at this current time, Mr. Holt. We'll take a quick look around and we'll notify you when we leave or if we have any other questions.
Alright, well, none of my business when you leave, but if you have any other questions, I'll see you again, I guess.
So, thank you for your time, Mr. Holt.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Holt, I do have a question for you.
Huh?
Regarding our investigation, one of our investigators have been in the area. Has an investigator by the name of Lieutenant Wren came here before? Talked with you, passed by to the warehouses?
He looks thoughtful for a moment. Can't say I know the guy.
A little basic description of him?
Not ringing any bells.
Thank you. And Beetlejuice is going to leave with Havelock.
Okay. You guys go down the stairs, clanking on the metal staircase. You head over to where the hatch is. It's unobstructed. Looks like it hasn't been accessed in a while. It's definitely rusty. Who would like to give it a shot to open this thing?
Let's see if I have something on my inventory that could help on this.
Ooh.
Can I shoot the hatch?
Oh no.
No. No, unless cigarettes can solve this.
Ooh.
Oh. I have a knife. Can I use the knife to try to pry it open so we can have a better way to grasp it and take it out?
I do have security.
You could use a knife to flip up the handle.
Because you might wait, what's the word exactly? Because I'm thinking a sewer entrance where it's this circular thing where you have to try to pry with the crowbar.
No, it's not
exactly.
It's not a manhole cover. It's a hatch. So
okay.
There's a handle. There's a hinge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's all that kind of stuff. It's like a classic trap door, except it's made of metal.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, sure. I would use the handle.
All right, you grab the handle. You try to lift it up. It screeches as the rust grinds against itself, and the nearby workers kind of all look at you. Somebody who's up there on top of one of the containers stops welding and looks over. It's just a quiet silence as everyone just stares at you for making this huge, incredible, loud and annoying noise. Looks dark down there.
Damn, my one weakness.
Darkness. Yeah, every time
I can't see.
Every time a GM goes, "This space is dark," 15 voices all say, "I have dark vision."
The one human player.
Yep. Fuck. just grips one of their elven comrades. Don't let me go. Don't let me go. I'll be in the dark and I'll be alone. Alright, so it's dark down there. There's no lamps or anything on.
Well, Mr. Beetlejuice.
Okay.
Now is the
Beetlejuice
time
is going. Yep. Beetlejuice is going to step in. He's going to draw a sigil in the air, and then, like, as if he was like taking something out of like a delicate container, he pinches the air in front of his forehead and pulls like something like a strand, and lights it up. And I'm gonna cast Torch.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Power roll.
Power roll.
Power roll.
So, Tao, what kind of character are you going to make next?
Havelock, but better.
Oh, wow. Now I'm shitting you at a principal.
You fuck around and find out. Okay.
I don't know, point blank range, shotgun. I think I've got a pretty good idea. Yeah, that's going to go.
Fair enough. 5. I'm gonna like stop sustaining Truth Seeker so I don't get the penalty for this.
Mm-hmm.
Poop, poop, poop. And it goes off.
Mm-hmm. As you create a light in front of you that basically fulfills your needs, you head down the stairs. You see that some moron left a bucket full of nails right at the edge of this angled staircase. It's a very steep angle, but it's a staircase. It's almost a ladder, but not quite.
It is in a way that, like, if anybody goes down, like, they could like end up with like a bucket full of nails, like tripping them or something.
Yeah. Somebody just casually left it there at the foot of the stairs.
Yeah,
and...
I dispel my power and say, "Have a look at it's clear." No,
and
okay,
I walk out.
No. I'll trust you, just so I can shoot you.
All right.
Just for the sake of like seeing here, nope, I didn't trigger Overbleed, so it just works as like a normal globe, glow lamp.
So so it it light up this space and looks like there's this long tunnel that leads under the warehouse.
Okay.
So it's surrounded by concrete, and there looks like there's a light switch on the right side.
Okay, I guess I'll turn it on.
Yeah, you flip the switch. One of the light bulbs, like, down the way, like, the first one lights, the second one lights, the third one explodes. The one down further lights up, a couple more light up, another one explodes. Looks like no one's used this in a while.
Fantastic.
Alright, Mr. Beetlejuice, because you have the light, quite literally. Lead us out.
Alright.
If Beetlejuice doesn't move, like, immediately he'll, like, tap him on the butt with his shotgun.
Oh, you drew the shotgun? Nice.
I always have, yes. Around you, the shotgun is always out.
Yeah, you don't say you draw your shotgun. You either say you're putting in the holster or it's always out. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
My man. Okay, so yeah, taking the lead, we go down this path.
Alright, so you walk down the long hallway for 5-10 minutes, and you arrive at a utility room that is underneath the center of the warehouse. There, it looks like there's a sewer access here. There is a large machine that looks like it's regulating power to the warehouse itself, and looks like there is a water pump here. It looks like there's nothing else in here other than those 3 things, other than like a trolley that is full of hand tools.
Can I inspect the hand tools?
Okay, go ahead and roll a search.
I cannot.
You look at it and it's uninteresting. You look through the first drawer and it's just like wrenches and shit. So you're like, alright, this is just tools. And you give up.
No, not worth my time to check the other one. It'll only take me like half a second, but not worth my time.
Yep, nope, this is boring. Moving on.
Yes, Mr. Town?
I'm just reading up a power that I got. It was mostly for traps. Well, like, I'm just like looking if it applies here. So you take lead on this.
I was gonna say traps. What are you on about? Tibbo's not here.
Whoa, dude.
Okay.
Okay, he's not there.
Okay, so on the bright side is that this was not completely stupid because I ended up figuring out. Okay, this might not work. Okay, so I have the power sense mechanism. So I'm trying to look here to see if I can sense within 50 meters, like some sort of like a secret passage.
Sure.
Okay. I do not know the knowledge of the function of the mechanism that I sense. I sense machinery and constructs. But I simply know their form and location.
Okay. This is a very tight space for a bloodletter to just appear in. Just letting you know.
It would just be the saddest like way to finish a campaign. It would be, wouldn't it? Okay.
I mean, I've got 8 rounds of this too. Let's go.
Boy. Just boy. Okay, I don't need to overbleed to extend this shit. So, let's do this. Adding the power, because I forgot to put it on my sheet, because I did it last week, and within 1 hour of this game. Mechanism. I'm not on my minor power section with the threshold. It's like, it's weird, because if you look on the psychic powers, they need you to put all your minor powers, even though it doesn't change anything. It's just there to remind you, I guess, of the name. Weird. So I ready one? Wanna fire? Go! Yes!
Okay, that goes off. You only sense the 2 machines in here. Other than everything literally above you in the warehouse. Within 50 meters. So.
You said there was like access to like a sewer system, or was that access to the the sewerage? Like it's like a box that regulates it.
It's access to the sewer system.
Havelock will open the door.
Okay, you open the door to the sewer access. A wall of fetid, terrible human waste smell hits you. You gag for a second. And yeah, you could climb down the rebar ladder that is barely in there to go down into the sewers if you'd like.
All right, Mr. Beetlejuice.
All right, and Beetlejuice is gonna go down.
All right, you guys go down the ladder, and you.
Beetlejuice goes down the ladder first, and when he reaches the bottom, then I will go after him.
Okay. Beetlejuice, would you like to go down the ladder first?
Yeah.
Okay, so you go down the ladder first. You bring your light with you. I assume you're sustaining that.
Yeah, I'm sustaining both powers now. So I have sense mechanism, and I have the torch.
Okay. You go down the ladder, and you reach the bottom, and you're in about waist-deep water. It's gross. It's bad. It smells terrible down here. You think part of somewhere, someone's system or multiple people's systems have flooded because of all the rain lately. And and it's just overflowed here with a mixture of storm water and sewer water.
What do you see, Mr. Beetlejuice?
With your lamp, go ahead and give me a perception test.
Do I get some modifiers?
No, because it's very cramped and dark down here.
Oh, damn, okay. Awareness or perception?
Perception. You're actively looking.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice.
Alright, you do see that this sewer system does have, like, side accesses, so there could be spaces down here that are unaccounted for, but it doesn't look like the warehouse manager knew that, that was down there. This is the actual sewer system. You could, if you wanted to, go anywhere in the city if you knew the way from here. But you'd have to know the way. It's a labyrinth.
Okay. So basically, many tunnels, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I will relay that to Hestus.
Alright, I'll basically get Beetlejuice to come back up.
Alright, you climb back up, Beetlejuice. Your clothes are probably ruined.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a distinct color line about waist level on you. That's just everything below it is blackish brown.
Hold up. While I was down there, within the range of 50 meters, did I detect any mechanism in there?
No.
And when it comes to the power, it is only blocked by life signs. Did I detect any part that was blocked by any life signs that were big? Human size, maybe?
No, you didn't detect
Nope.
any life signs.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Okay, yeah, I get up.
Okay. The smell of your low stick has more or less covered the smell for the moment. Should probably get this guy out in the rain, wash him off.
Yep. That is the idea.
Alright, so you guys are done at this particular location?
We'll get...
Well, there
Okay.
are no signs of this part being used. It might be reaching to think that bucket of nails was an alarm, or some test to see if anybody passed through here. Lines of dust. See if this place had been used a lot. The rest of a low stick. Any sign of passage.
Okay, give me a search.
Okie dokie.
Actually, I'd like to do the same, come to think of it.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a search too.
How good is your search? Because I might just help you.
32. It's not too great.
My search is it's 21. So yeah, let me just help you.
All right, you can have the plus 30 from the help.
Yay.
Hey, Pluck, you're the best.
It doesn't look like anyone's been down here in a while. Probably a good 4 or 5 months at least. There's a good layer of just general rockcrete dust on everything. And that's probably just from the heavy machinery that they're moving upstairs. So occasionally something will slam and then a layer of dust will accrue. You know what I mean? So this place rarely gets looked at, if ever. It's probably only for maintenance.
Alright. Let's get
This is the only
Beetlejuice
warehouse
out of the
here?
run.
What'd you say?
Is this the only warehouse that we could have looked at, or is there a group of warehouses?
No, there's another warehouse that is a Castor and Crane property that you guys were going to look at.
Okay.
What were you saying, Livesey?
So I was going to say, let's get Tao Beetlejuice out of the rain. Let's get him washed off a little bit. But Hastis will do. I want to spend roughly about 3 to 4 hours just walking over this warehouse alone, and just doing a very intense search of, like, not opening containers, but just want to have. Okay, so I'll do 2 hours of looking around, then I want to talk to Mr. Holt, and then I'll do another 2 hours of looking around in this warehouse alone.
Okay. For the time period that you're going to be spending, let's just give it a plus 20 to your search. So go ahead and roll that for me. Great. Well done. So you notice as you're searching through this warehouse, there are a couple of like areas that are like sequestered off by the employees of containers that are like fucked up, but they won't get rid of. Like Castor and Crane won't get rid of them. That have been turned into like a little break room. And a little bit of a like a private area for people to just kind of like hang out on their breaks, but it's kind of difficult to get to because of just the way that the place is laid out, with all the different like stacks. It's not like organized in just row after row after row. It's just, a lot of it's just haphazardly stacked in here, because it's pretty much the same stuff getting moved in and out all the time. So you know, it depends on like frequency and size of parcel and all that kind of shit. But there are a couple of like private employee areas that you find. Like you come around a corner and you look into a container, and there's a couple of guys on a break playing a poker game, and they kind of just stare at you, and they're like, "Are you gonna sit down? Or are you gonna go? Like, what are you doing, buddy?"
I'd like to ask him some questions.
All right, sure. Yeah, you walk up to him. Hey, what you doing?
Here are an official investigation.
Oh, you're one of those cops, huh?
Yep. Yep. Won't take up too much of your time. From what I've seen, there are a couple of places like this where you guys kind of relax, chill out away from the mundane bullshit. What I want to ask is there any other areas that were made like this that you guys don't frequent as much anymore? Something that's very out of the way, something that somebody could use to, well, hide stuff in.
Okay, go ahead and give me persuasion.
Ooh. Yeah.
Because you're basically asking him to rat out, like, the other spaces.
I've got fellowship. That's about it.
All right.
I don't have persuasion.
You can roll that then. But any success would be a tier lower than if you were persuasion based.
Oh, yeah, I want to reroll that one.
Alright. There you go.
Damn it!
Okay, so he says, that's a success. It's almost on the money success, but it's a success. He says, oh, I see. Alright. Well, in the spirit of cooperation, there are a couple other different corners. This is the, rest your eyes corner, for the welders who spend too much time looking at the, the sparky spark. You know what I mean, buddy? And then there's the, a corner for the people who have to alleviate their loins, if you follow a little bit, just to take the edge off kind of deal. There's that one, he gives you directions, to that one, and that one's used occasionally, and then there's the little corner where, some of the guys go to get a boost. You follow?
Right. So, what I'm really asking, because I'm not interested in, in the drug use, alcohol use, or the unsanctioned, whatever you wish to call it. What I'm looking for, if someone was to say make someone disappear, or to have, I'm all over with you. This is about the Flenser. I'm here making sure that he's not using this space.
Everybody at the table gets real tense when you say that. Oh shit. Oh,
Yep.
right. Yeah, so I guess the only place that would possibly be, like, not frequented enough for something like that to happen would be, like, the basement where the utility room is, or the empty container out back. There's an empty container full of holes that they used to use for target practice. Nobody goes out there anymore. It's full of holes. You know, anyone can look in and see what's going on. So,
Right.
I guess, like, no one's been out there in a long time enough for it to become private again. You know what I mean? Like, it hasn't been frequented by anyone because everybody's like, oh, well, you'd be able to see me, you know? So now, like, if somebody wanted to hide out there, I guess they could.
Right. Well, I thank you for being forthright, and I'll keep all that information you gave to me to myself, because frankly, I have bigger grocks to fry.
I appreciate it, officer. Yeah. Anytime.
And I'll go take a look at that container out back. I'll actually grab Beetlejuice, because, you know, he's probably sitting out in the rain going, I fucking hate this. Why it has to make me do this? This is bullshit.
Beetlejuice on the rain is just like using his detect mechanism to just, while he's like rinsing out the smell, he's just like looking through each like mechanism, looking at their form. Then like, oh, this is probably this is probably this, like passing along, just in case he finds something weird on like a isolated place.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check to follow up with that. And nothing out of the ordinary, but the crawler that moves the Tauroxes and their containers and such is really pretty, lit up in all these warp lights when you look at it. You know, because it's just one giant long mechanism that's complicated. But that's about it.
I rolled like 3 good perceptions this session.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that Corvus Corax in the corner?
Oh my god.
Okay, take
no, it's Conrad Kurz, and he's here. He's here to punish you. All right.
You stole a candy in 3rd grade.
Yeah.
Prepared to be flensed. Dude, can you imagine? It's like I find like some Night Lords in the middle of this. Fuck me.
It was Conrad Kurz the whole time.
If we end up with the Night Lords, I'm just quitting. No, we're not gonna finish this.
All right. So yeah, you go and pick up Beetlejuice Havelock, and you head out to that holy crate out back.
Holy crate.
Okay.
All right. So you head out back there. The crate itself, the container, it's one of those. It's one of those like sized for cars containers. Just to give you like a little bit of an image, it's rusted. There's a nice sort of like red accrual of like dust and rust around it that's sort of like turned into mud enough where it looks like there are like boot prints in it. As you approach it, like you can see like someone has walked in and out of it.
Okay. Yeah, Havelock's gonna half cock his shotgun, make sure the round is still in there.
Okay.
And he's gonna try and open the fucking door to this container.
You open the door.
Beetlejuice is gonna try to like raise a hand and he's gonna try to sense if like is there like either a mechanism or a life sign in there that blocks my field of like my sensing power.
Okay. Casually looking, you don't need to roll a perception check for this one. We'll use your last one. No, there's no mechanism in there.
It's like, how big is this container?
It's about 55 feet long and about 15 feet wide.
Okay, so neither like a life sign to impede me or a mechanism for me to sense is that I'm gathering.
Right.
Okay. Yep. You're just still gonna like pull out a pistol. You never know. But it's gonna keep it a nice distance of like 5 meters away.
Okay. You open it up. You go inside. It looks empty.
Looks empty. Right.
Does it still look empty with the torch?
I mean, yeah, you got some light. Your light's like poking out of it, like a light bulb going through a one of those lampshades that's got designs on it that have cut into it. So from the outside, it's quite obvious that you're in here. The with the light, you can see that there's like half an inch of water in here from the rain, but it's not filling up. And most of the holes are above the half-inch line. And you would have expected when the door opened that more water would have come out.
So it means I've been moved recently.
Oh, there's a hatch in here somewhere.
I guess we're looking for it.
Yep. Yeah, like, start trying to... I want to get back into the warehouse and see if I can find a broom or something of that nature.
Alright, yeah. That's easy enough. You go in the warehouse, you lift a broom from one of the walls.
I have a staff.
Cool. Then I want to head back to the container and start sweeping out the water.
Alright, you starting from the back?
Yeah, we'll start from the back to the front.
Okay. We sweep out some of the water from the back. Not as much of it meets the middle as you started with.
What do you mean it doesn't meet? Sorry, what?
So
My brain broke.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? That not as much of the water meets the middle when you get to sweeping. It's like you're losing water somewhere.
Alright. I look at Beetlejuice. Alright, Mr. Beetlejuice. I will need you to go from corner to corner, sideways fashion, all the way to the center, and start smacking your staff hard on the ground. I reckon once we hear something, we'll hear a difference in sound. And that's when we start looking.
Yeah, Beetlejuice is going to like look down and like with the staff is going to start like poking the ground with expecting some noise and like it's going to keep like tap, poke to see if there's like a different noise eventually in the one area.
Okay. Go ahead and both of you make perception tests. This is hard, so minus 15.
Oh, yeah!
The water is muffling the sound.
Oh.
Oh.
Yep. Oh, this is super important. Oh, there we go!
Is that Corvus Corax and Conrad Curse drinking tea in the corner?
So Tau, Beetlejuice goes over a couple of feet, and around the 5 feet in mark, it sounds slightly different. Very slightly different.
Looks at like Hestus like points down.
Right. Give it a bigger smack. Move like
like an inch to your left, and give it a really big smack.
Mm-hmm. Beetlejuice like does so, prepares, and like is gonna.
Okay, to the left, you do a real hard smack. It is as it was before, and then to the right, you do it again, and it sounds like there's nothing supporting whatever you walked on there before.
Oh yeah. All right. Let's start intensely looking in that area then.
Okay, go ahead and roll a search, both of you. You're looking for like a lip or a hatch handle or something to be able to pry open what may or may not be a door.
Okay.
Yeah, boy.
And if it matters for him, I'm helping him because I don't have search.
Okay, well with 1.5 degrees, that's enough. With the 17, Hastus, you take your knife and you go ahead and you feel for the lip, and then you get your knife under the lip of it. You go around, you find where the mechanism that's locking it is. Then you reach around with your hand in the murky water there, and you find the handle. You pop it open, you lift, and the water rushes down into what appears to be a staircase.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Congratulations, Estes. You seem to have found the lead into the Flenser case. Not many arbiters can say that.
I dare say any psychic could say that either.
Alright. So we will meet up with you in a moment.
Cute.
Cool one-liner intermission.
Yeah. Lee and Tom, are you guys both there?
Yep.
Tom's muted at the moment. Let's see if he's here. Tom. Barack. Barrick. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and say that Tom is not available at the moment.
Huh.
So we'll do...
Brutilla and Maria!
We'll do this instead. We'll switch over to Brutilla and Maria. Alrighty. So if you scroll down to the bottom left of your screen, we'll have the front porch, of course. There's Maria. There's Bertilla. Thibaut, are you there?
Thibaut is here. Sorry. Shitlord AMA is here now.
Shitlord AMA is here. Okay. Well, Detective Azures heads up to the door. She knocks.
Oh no. Maria is gonna, like, very quickly, without Detective Azura's noticing, while she's, like, busy on the door, Maria's gonna, like, try to do very small things to, like, alter how she looks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, change up the hair just a little bit and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping in mind that she has the unremarkable feat.
Okay.
Her trait.
Sure thing.
So she's kind of like hoping that the Cranes won't recognize her at all.
Mm-hmm. Well, Crane and the casters.
Well, they won't recognize. It's okay.
Okay. Alright, so the detective knocks on the door. And the door kind of... She looks at you a little bit suspicious of that.
Maria's gonna, like, shrug a little bit and, like, whisper, "Should we pull our guns?"
You don't have a gun.
He's gonna finger gun. Should we pull our guns?
It's because it's been taken from you. She goes down to her ankle and pulls a citizen's special from an ankle holster and tosses it at you.
it's like a little bit of comedy, but she's gonna look at the citizen special and look at her like finger gun in the other hand and be like, I think this is deadlier.
She's gonna put her finger to her mouth as if to indicate for you to shut the fuck up. And then she's gonna pull her custom handgun and open the door and go inside, waving you to follow.
My stats should all. I mean, I assume I slept, so I should have sleep.
Yeah, you should have your full fate points, and you should have your full.
Yeah. Go ahead, take care. We're good. So Maria will like grab the gun, sigh, and follow behind her.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so as you enter, there's a lot of noise when you enter. The two cyber mastiffs are barking. These two people, this bounty hunter looking person and the butler, are coming at you guys, and they're both saying, no, don't let the door shut! And the door shuts behind you. And they both stop and sigh.
Maria's gonna like look back at the door, look at Bertilla, look at them, and she's gonna like let Brutilla do whatever Brutilla's doing, and Maria's gonna try to mess with the door.
Okay, you reach for the door.
I'm getting zapped, aren't I?
No, as you reach for the door, you find that your hand can't come close to it. Like you should be able to touch it. Like it's right there. You should be able to touch it. That you can't get your hand close enough to touch it.
Oh, I don't like that.
Make a willpower test.
Oh, I definitely don't like that. A second. Bonuses or negatives?
No. This is a straight willpower test.
Womp.
Okay. Would you like to spend any points?
Dude, you ask me that like... You know what? Nope. I'm not.
Okay.
I've got a finger gun in one hand and I've got a gun in the other. We're rocking and rolling with whatever it is.
Sure thing. You take 4 points of insanity as you have come across the impossible.
Oh. Okay.
I just fucking choked on my water. I was on mute. Whoa, 4 points of insanity?
Yeah.
You know,
They aren't kidding.
I'll be taking a grippy sock vacation soon, guys. Don't worry. Okay, Maria's gonna she's gonna just keep grabbing for it, and she's gonna turn her head to Bertilla, and she's gonna be like, we've got problems.
She comes over, and these two are kind of closing in and saying, we've been trying to contact the outside world for a while now, but we can't seem to... It's pointless to try to get out of the house. We've tried everything. The windows, the doors. We can't get close enough to them to do anything to them or with them.
Maria is going to pull... When they say they've been trying to reach the outside world, Maria's gonna grab her data slate.
Okay.
Look at it and try to call up Hooch, her trusty companion.
You go ahead and you dial the number for Hooch, and it's just discordant sound coming out of it.
Oh. Now I'm really upset.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna I'm gonna keep trying while Brutilla does whatever Brutilla's doing.
Okay, make another willpower test.
Guys, that grippy sock vacation's coming in a lot sooner. Oh, man. Alright. Oh, well, that's not too bad.
Alright, so you've just come against another brush with the impossible. This, while you just had a brush, this could be explained by, the technology's just not working right today. Maybe you have a faulty one. right? That could be what's wrong with it. That's explainable. So, this isn't something as mind-bending as not being able to come into physical contact with a doorknob. Bertilla says to the butler, excuse my crassness, but what the fuck is going on? He says, well, it started a few days ago. We have been... Right. We've been unable to leave or contact the outside world. It's been... We assume it's been a few days ago, but it feels like it's been months.
I'm sorry, days?
Yes. The clocks work, but our sense of time is off.
Well, what day is it?
It's the 4th, isn't it? He says, looking at his chrono.
We'll check her.
Yeah, for you, it's like August 27th.
She's like, no, you've been in here for months.
It certainly...
It's August.
No, Bertilla says, no, don't listen to her. Her chrono's broken. It's not August. It is April 4th. How long... What do you mean time doesn't feel right? So it seems to us as if it's been months in here. Time just sort of has its way of going much more slowly than expected. For example, we'll have a meal at breakfast, right? And then we'll feel like it's noon or midday, but it's only moved an hour. Or 10 minutes, or sometimes backwards. We're kind of at our wits' ends here a little bit, so finally seeing someone from the outside world is a welcome change of pace.
How long has it been like this?
Who's to say? Really? Who's to say? Unsure.
We were just here the other day.
Yeah. Bertilla looks concerned. Yes, we were just here a couple of days ago for an interview with Lord Crane. The butler says, and the bounty hunter looks at him like, oh boy. Butler says, that feels like that was right before this started. Which feels like it's been a while.
Where are the Cranes and the rest of the house?
Well, Josephine's in the kitchen. She's the cook. Anita is lying down. She has a migraine, and Lydia is off for the hour, so she's in her room as well. The lord of the manor and his guests are in the drawing room. They are over here. I will announce you. He goes in. You hear him saying things muffled, and then he opens the door and introduces the detective. He says, my Lord Crane, the Detective Bertilla Juarez is here, and her cohort. And he gestures at you. I didn't catch your name, miss.
Did I give them my name last time? I'm trying to remember.
Laria Murine.
She's just gonna mumble her name and walk on in.
He's gonna say,
sit next to Bertilla.
I'm sorry, I didn't. That's not a seat. There's a seat over yonder, miss. Please do not sit on the Vox stand. He points at this opulent sofa over here. The detective. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no. I'll follow the social cues. I'm gonna look at Bertilla can I? It looks really comfy.
Bertilla kind of like gestures with her head for you to go over that way. She leans over and she pours herself a cup of recaf and says, well, I think we're all going to need a cup of this for this conversation, my lords and lady. What is going on here? We were coming to follow up on some information we found regarding the Flenser case, and we've stumbled upon something strange here. Lady Castor just kind of laughs. She seems a little bit out of touch at the moment. Lord Castor says, yeah, strange is a fair way to put it. It's as if we're prisoners and are, while comfortable and well-appointed and hospitable partner and friend, longtime family friends, home, it's as if we're all unwilling prisoners. Lord Crane says, man shouldn't have to die in his own home a prisoner. That's just filthy. So, we'll return to this delightful scene. If Tom is back. Tom, are you back?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to skip over to Tom and Gabriel. So we'll come back to this. Let everybody stew on that for a while.
I volunteered to go on that mission, but you're like, I cannot have the psychic going into this one. Havelock.
No, that was a character choice. That was Bertilla's choice. So, Gabriel and Barack, you pull up at the Forge Works. Which one do you start with?
I'll start with the vehicles.
Okay. So you arrive at the manufacturing plant, the Imperial Forge Works, that does the Tauroxes.
Indeed.
The outside of the building is quite huge. It is an Imperial Forge Works, after all. There are quite a few armed guards on general patrol around the place. Squads of 2. But there's enough of them that it looks well locked down. You guys pull up to the front gate, show your credentials, they let you inside. You park the vehicle, and you're free to go about your investigation however you please.
Rock, do you actually know anything about investigation?
No. Absolutely not.
Right, of course. Okay, well. First rule is, if I have my gloves on, don't touch anything.
Okay.
The second rule is, if I have my gloves off, don't touch anything. The third rule is, don't touch anything. Understood?
Sounds like you could just go with the third rule and, cut out the middleman.
When you've worked in this business, as long as I have, you'll understand that it bears repeating.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna have to talk with people. Fucking god, motherfuck, damn it, shit. And Gabriel's basically swearing up until he can find an office.
Alright. You go ahead and you are pointed towards an office. The Forgeworks themselves are a labyrinth of heavy machinery, loud, casting parts for these vehicles, welding and cutting. It's loud, it's hot, it's generally unpleasant. The space is full of the acrid smells of industry. There is
Smells like home.
Smells like your home world a little bit. That's what I'm looking for right there. Okay. Nope, not that one. This one. The office that you were given over to is the office of Magos Vort, who oversees and maintains the Imperial Forge Works. So you're outside his office.
Yeah, Gabriel will knock.
Okay. You hear a beep boop, and then a click as the door unlocks.
Provided it doesn't open by itself, or if it opens by itself, Gabriel will make his way in.
Okay, so you push open the door, you walk in. You hear the screeching of binary chatter, as if the Magos was expecting someone who can speak that. And then, after a moment when there's no response, which I assume you can't speak binary chatter.
It's said that I can understand like basics of it from Forge World background,
Yeah.
But
you can't.
I can't reproduce it without the parts. So
right, you can't speak it back. So if you'd like to respond to basically, I thought you were going to bring those parts in sooner. K Sig 88. This sounds like he's expecting someone named K Sig 88.
Gabriel will reply, "Apologies, I am not of that designation."
The Magos turns and switches his modulator manually and says, "I was not expecting anyone who was not of the Brotherhood. What can I do for you?"
Good afternoon. I am Verispex Adept with the Arbites. I'm here to conduct part of the Flenser investigation. It shows the paperwork. This is my associate investigator, Barack.
He looks both of you over and then says, "We understand the provisions of this particular document. However, the summary execution that can be executed upon any members of the Brotherhood is notwithstanding."
Of course.
Under those agreements, we allow you to inspect the premises for whatever it is you're looking for.
Now, my primary questions with you would be, this property is owned by Castor and Crane, correct?
Affirmative.
Do they have any offices that are intended for their personal use or visiting purposes?
On this premises?
Yes.
Negative.
Understood. More generally, are there any offices that are disused and or generally out of the way?
Negative.
Actually, could you provide a floor plan of the building?
Nero 1 will provide you a floor plan of the building after you leave the office.
Okay, thank you. Similarly, have you seen this man? And Gabriel will show on his digitized a picture of Lieutenant Wren.
I'm aware of Lieutenant Wren.
Lovely. Describe your interactions with him.
He arrived several weeks ago to acquire a prefabricated weapon that was made at the Castor and Crane Independent Forge Works. He decided he wanted to pick it up here.
I see. And that's the only time you've seen him on these premises?
Recently. There have been some times in days past, or ages past, that this one had seen him on the premises.
Right. I guess Gabriel will list off the dates of the Flenser's kills. He'll start with Sophia's death to see if he was here, if he was spotted around here on that date, and then give other Flenser kill dates.
He will stop you and he will say, my apologies, I believe I misspoke. The last time I saw him, prior to when he picked up the gun, he was a small child, and he was in the care of his father that day. On the floor.
Who is his father?
His father is deceased.
Who was his father?
His father was a man by the name of... And then, let me look at my notes. It's been a little bit. Edgar Wren. He befell an accident here in the factory.
He was a worker here?
Yes.
Could I do, like, some kind of lore news or something like that to see if that's an incident that made the news?
Yeah, you could. We'll give it... You could call it like, let's see. Your
Arbites, Imperium, Legend?
Not legend.
Judgment?
Let me look at your sheet real quick. Hold on.
Fair.
Characters. Gabriel. So many folders. Okay, let's call it a... Oh, your common lores have the same score. So just roll, you have to beat a 71.
Okay.
So we'll just call this common lore local. So
I'll put it under seen this before, because that's 71 as well.
Okay. No, this did... Factory dregs get mauled all the time in these kinds of places.
Right, so he wasn't a significant individual.
It didn't make the news.
Understood. Do you... Well, if you are not aware of this, then don't worry about it, but following Edgar Wren's death, was Thomas Wren then taken into some kind of care by Castor and or Crane?
The partners at the time made sure that the lad was taken care of.
How generous of them.
His education was paid for by the Lord Castor's father. To be specific.
I see. But since that day, and then picking up the gun, you've not seen him on these premises?
Negative.
And when I ask, have you seen him, I'm assuming you're consulting your database of security footage.
Indeed.
Lovely. Well, I will take a look at that floor plan once I leave. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Appreciate your visit.
Thank you. And Gabriel will turn away.
Okay.
And sort of once out of the room, will say to Tom, "Oh, dealing with tech priests is so much easier than people."
If you say so.
Well, look at that conversation. Do you know how long that would have taken if it was a regular person?
I have no clue.
He would have had to look up his security records. He wouldn't have access to them via some kind of electrograft, and it would have taken at least another half hour. Anyways.
Okay, so
do you have any insights?
Not at this point.
What do you think of Lord Castor's father paying for Lieutenant Wren's education? I'm genuinely asking because that sounds like an interpersonal thing, and I don't really know anything about those.
Sounds a little suspicious of why he would do it, but not 100% sure.
Sounds strange to be sure. The factory dregs, factory dregs die all the time. What made this one special that his children had to be taken care of? In any case, we'll take a look at the floor plan and sort of try and map out and see if there's any areas that could be sort of hidey holes.
Yeah. So you approach, you leave the office and you approach like where the engine seers are hanging out, and they're all working on something. Except, there are a few of them here. The one that you're looking for kind of approaches you as you leave. He says, "This one is Nero 1. I have been designated to give you a floor plan. Do you have a data slate?"
Indeed. And Gabriel will present it.
Okay. He puts in a card for it, and it downloads the floor plan of the factory to your slate. Once it's finished, he takes it out and he says, "Please do not wander into the dangerous areas or the classified spaces. Thank you."
I'll immediately sort of look at it, again, looking for areas that might prove as a suitable sort of private abattoir, and also look for areas that might suit, areas that are considered off limits.
Sure, go ahead and give me you can do a seen this before, because you've looked at blueprints before, we'll say.
Cool. Why is it all... There we go.
Oof.
I'll spend a point to reroll that.
Okay. Comes back even worse. Nope, okay. Wait, what?
Oh, it's...
That's failed successfully?
Yes. It would fail if not for the intrinsic bonus, I think, is what it means. Or... No?
No.
I don't know.
It's just
wrong color.
Yeah, it's just fucking up a little bit.
In which case, I will spend a point to push it to a success. So
okay. 2 points. Task failed successfully then. Okay. So you're looking over this. There are a lot of fucking dangerous areas. Like, where they're fabricating, it looks like a lot of it has had to be relaid out, redesigned, because it was originally for Tarox's, for Arbites and other civilian-facing Adeptus Terra groups' use, or Tempestus Scions occasionally. But this has been completely reworked to do Tarox's for war effort. And so, there are sections in here that are for on-site weapons manufacturing for this purpose, and they're labeled as dangerous and classified. Like, you cannot go in there because the risk is too high of someone going in there that doesn't know what they're doing, and then the stuff that you see in there you could be shot for. Right. And then there's the areas that are just generally dangerous, like don't walk between this path because half a Tarox comes down the line here every 36 seconds, and if you want to take your life in your hands, that's up to you, buddy, but that's not a space you want to walk through. So you get all that laid out. That reduces the general floor plan from its normal size to about 15% of this place is walkable, where you could go from one area to another safely. Like there are catwalks, but they are laid out and they're not in a way that doesn't connect with each other because of these classified areas. So you can't have a catwalk that connects the whole factory floor. There don't appear to be any, from the analysis of the blueprint, any sections that are private or are unmarked.
Okay.
So, you have like autocannon manufacturing like in one section. You have las cannon manufacturing in another. You have various different like power plant stuff and that sort of thing. Everything's labeled. So.
Indeed. I guess the question then would be, Gabriel will show the blueprints to Barack and say, do you know anything about smuggling or creating murder dens?
No, not really. I know how to drive. That's
Right.
about it.
Of course. Well, in which case, I think we've gathered all we can from this area.
Yeah.
Shall we proceed to the next, the Independent Arms Forge Works?
Sounds like a plan.
Excellent.
Okay. Anything specific you want to ask the Magos in charge, or the any particular people at the Independent Arms Forge Works?
Basically asking sort of similar questions to the other place, which is like, is there anywhere that could be used for
Okay.
sort of private, like any private areas that would be used by the Cranes or anyone who had sort of preferential treatment.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and give me a seen this before.
Okay.
Okay.
2.5.
In the interest of time, saving time, the Castor Independent Arms Forge Works is what it appears to be. The floor plan that you're given by one of the tech priests there doesn't leave anything unmarked. You can wander the floor if you want to. It's not as dangerous as the Torox factory. There are, the new gun models are being manufactured here. There's, a new wing that's been expanded. And there's plenty of people willing to talk to you, but no one's ever seen the lieutenant here, and they don't know him. There's also no private spaces.
I suppose, actually, sorry, this is a thing that I meant to do at the other one as well, was speak to the Magos about the specific, chemical composition dust of the ferrous oxide dust they found, and if any of their processes would be producing something like that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They give you a long chemical explanation as to why the combination of, iron and oxygen in that particular ratio is a byproduct here on St. Astrid's, has something to do with the ore from Sepharis and Kundus and the various mines around the subsector here in the Hazaroth Abyss, and the atmospheric composition here with the water content and the various ratios of the gases for civilian breathing purposes and whatnot. Just common byproduct of their particular industrial process.
Right. In which case, to clarify, maybe tie this thread off, it would be the fact that the traces of dust that I found on his motorcycle and the date that he was going to pick up the gun from the vehicle manufactorum, would that be an overlap of time sufficient to explain why he had that dust there?
Just the dust in general. Someone will take you out and show you that there are great piles of this shit, and it's caked all over the roads around the manufactorums themselves.
Okay, so just driving through this district would be enough.
Yeah, it's ubiquitous around here, so it'd be enough. In the area of these two particular forge works, it'd be enough. So.
Right. So if he came here, say, to pick up the shotgun, it would get on his motorcycle.
Yeah.
Okay. I suppose that explains that. Why don't you call the others and see where they are? Say to Tom. Or Brock, rather.
Yeah, I'll pull up my data slate and start calling.
Who are you gonna call first?
Probably Havelock and
Okay.
Beetlejuice.
Alright, so
Juice!
Havelock and Beetlejuice, before you go down the stairs, your phones ring. Your data slates ring.
Oh, I guess I was opportunist. I think we're meant to inform them before we do anything more with this.
Probably a smart idea, but
At the very least, we should change a message to Bratilla. And we're just gonna look up and see like who sent the message in the first place.
It's Brock.
What does he say?
He called you. He's calling you. Pick up the phone, Beetlejuice.
Okay. Call, pick up. Put on speaker.
Mm-hmm.
Close the hatch before I go in speaker mode.
Okay. You just hear this loud thunk, Barack. Do you know you're connected?
Hello? You guys okay?
Yes.
what can we do for you, bro?
Gabriel wanted me to contact you guys, see how things are going. I think we're wrapping up things at our location.
Yeah, we've got something that needs to be looked into. We're not too sure how long it can take.
Beetlejuice is gonna look at Havelock, point at like the hatch, point at the phone, and mouth the words "back up" in like kind of like a question way.
If you guys are done there, we could probably use an extra set of hands.
Okay. We still have to call the detective, and we'll figure out what we're doing, and we'll probably head towards you guys.
Alright, we'll sit in place and hurry up and wait on you to give us a call back.
I'll go ahead and after I'm done with them, I'll go ahead and give the detective a call.
Okay. It rings for a moment, and then you hear, "The number you have dialed is not in service. Please check and try again."
That's weird.
That's weird.
I can't seem to contact or get a hold of the detective. Let me try Maria. And
Okay.
give her a call.
You try her number. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again. Perhaps you are out of range.
That's also weird. So Havelock and Beetlejuice said they could use backup, but I can't seem to get a hold of Detective or Maria.
What do you think the odds are that both of their phones are simply in a no-service zone in the richest neighborhood?
Highly unlikely?
My thoughts exactly. Though, I'm not going to, lie. I have no idea what the fuck I'm supposed to do about it if they're in actual danger. So, perhaps we should consult with Havelock.
Yeah. I'll give Havelock a call and put my phone on speaker.
Okay.
Before we move on, I have a question on the character.
Sure.
When you said die and then like immediately correct to dialed,
That was me.
That in
No, I just misspoke.
I was like, whoa, the warp is not being subtle today.
Turns out both Maria and Brutilla forgot to pay phone bills.
Yeah, it's just, they forgot. It's just coincidence.
I know you don't. I know you did.
You'd believe that from Maria, but you wouldn't believe that from Bertilla. She seems responsible.
I don't.
She's
I don't
allowed to
believe
make
it.
mistakes. She's a
I don't
grown
believe-
woman.
I don't believe it because I'm the one that paid for that phone. It's on my plan.
You know, that was a good Christmas gift from you. Thank you.
Christmas. We're in July. No, we're in April.
April. Thank you very much. Jeez. And by my chrono, Christmas
Okay,
is
Mr.
tomorrow.
August. Anyway.
All right, so
Yes, anyways.
anyway, Havelock, now your phone's ringing. Looks like they've called you back almost immediately.
I'll just go pick it up.
Okay.
Well, that was quick.
After we just finished up our phone call with you, I tried calling both Maria and the detective, and neither of them were picking up. They're supposedly out of service area.
Well,
Out
not
of-
specifically. Their phone numbers cannot be reached, which means either their phones are off, they're not in a service area, which they're in the richest district in the city, so they are in a service area. Both of their phones being off seems unlikely.
Beetlejuice is going to call either Maria or the detective. And if it doesn't reach, he's just gonna like make a negative nod to like Havelock. Like, yeah, I cannot reach it either.
Yeah, so you give it a dial real quick, and you get the number you have dialed cannot be reached.
Alright. So, this is what I'm thinking of the plan. Gabriel, can you hear me?
Yes.
Right, so I'm going to get you and Barack to come to us. You guys are going to pick up where we are currently with our investigation, because this seems down your alley more than anything else. And then we're going to go try and find the detective.
Understood.
DM, while we had like that hatch open and I had my detect mechanism, did I find anything within like the 20-meter thing, like underground, like like anything under the passageway?
No.
Wow,
Sorry.
within 50 meters? Damn. I mean, good. There's no traps. Probably.
Yeah, no, you didn't find any mechanisms, so. Okay, we're going to take a break here for about 15 minutes. Be back at 9:30, everyone. Break for 9:30.
Mm-hmm. No
Yay.
constricts and no machinery. No
For
traps.
now.
Hey, welcome back. All right, so out of the two groups that aren't in the Crane Manor, who would like to go first?
Well, I suppose we should decide on the division of those groups.
That's up to you guys. How you want to go about that? I'll say you guys convene, perhaps, or no?
Yes, that was the plan. Was the four of us were going to meet up at the warehouse where Havelock and Beetlejuice are.
So you guys convene out at the holy container. So.
God, I hate that you've called it that.
Hate it.
Hey, it's the little things I get to do as a GM that make me happy, okay? It's all about the little things. So, go ahead and you can have your free-flowing conversation, figure out who the fuck is going where and why. Go ahead.
So, what did you find? Is this the secondary location?
Yes. Right here on this container, there's a hatch inside, built into it.
Interesting.
By just like eyeballing it, how far did it go?
It went a good ways down, probably down to sewer level.
With my torch, it could have illuminated like 12 meters down?
Yeah, easily.
Okay. Goes now into the sewer, I think.
All right.
So, I feel like we need to have this conversation out of character for the simple fact of my voice is fucking going, so.
I mean, you picked the voice, buddy. You could have been Mickey Mouse!
Yes, I could have, but,
You just describe yourself as getting shot in like the throat, and you heal up with like a voice changer for your larynx that's missing. Talk like this now! You just do like a metallic like voice changer.
Look, it's not the actual voice, it's the fact that, yeah, I've been doing some stuff over the last, 3 weeks, so my voice is going.
No, it's fine. It's more for the joke and not roasting you. Anyway.
Isn't the same thing.
Oh no.
So, we've been at this for what, four and a bit hours in game time?
Mm-hmm.
Hour?
Yep. Something like that.
It just looks to my character at least that they immediately went there and something took them out. So this situation sounds very worrying.
So, did we want to do a quick explore of this hatch, maximum 10 minutes? If we don't find what we need, then myself and whoever else wants to come will start go looking for the detective, while whoever wants to stay behind will stay behind and continue to explore. Because we don't know what's going to be down here.
Okay, that sounds good.
Indeed. If we can clear it as being safe, then I can stay behind and conduct a more thorough investigation.
Okay. Let's do that first.
Okay. Let me go first with my torch.
Yeah, and I'll be second in the stack.
Okay.
Does Midden find a way to go downstairs?
Dogs?
Can go downstairs, but I don't know about how, the inclination of these stairs.
Dogs can go downstairs. He'll be fine.
You should put two rings on his back, on whatever I imagine that he has some kind of thing on his chest, the ladder thing that's a service dog or police dog. You just put 2 rings, puts 2 rings on your back, so you can just carry him like a backpack.
Yeah, I should actually get something like that on the character sheet.
I think military actually has something like that.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Okay.
Dog handlers have them, so. What I really need to get him is like lights fitted into his vest. That way I don't have to carry a torch. But anyway.
What do we find delving into the hole of mystery?
Alright.
Hopefully not that.
Here we go. Oop.
Oh, there's a map. We're fucked.
Oh boy, there's a map. Fuck me.
Balls.
Okay. You'll draw your attention to the bottom of the map.
Oh. Oh, that is weird. Did I not sense that door?
This is after a good 5 minutes walking along the sewer.
Okay.
So obviously the blue squares are water. Waist deep. At least. You come across this security door.
Alright. I go to open the door.
Alright. Roll security for me.
Excellent, Smithers.
Excellent.
Yes. Excellent.
I'm sorry.
Ooh,
Negative? What?
Well, you rolled a
can
34.
push that, I guess.
But your threshold was 30. See that?
Maybe it indicates like we failed, but we're still within like fate point success range.
Probably. Would you like to push it?
I don't think I have any fate points left. I do. Yeah, why not?
Okay. It unlocks. You tinker around with the lock. It's mostly mechanical, but you're familiar with these. And once you fulfill the process, you get your tool in there and you pick around. Comes unlocked. You're ready to go.
Okay. I'm gonna open the door slowly.
Alright.
And step inside.
Alright. You step inside.
And you blow up.
With my powers, do I feel like any more things besides the door within 50-meter range?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Corners, CJ. The corners, what do they mean?
Working on it. Damn, dude. Alright, so here's the hard part, right? Hold on. Let me finish.
Yep.
This space is actually lit. So, but it's got some shadows to it. Also... yeah, that's good. Oh, and Havelock. As soon as you step in, you hear barking from over here.
Barrel! No, not Barrel!
Damn it!
Roll initiative.
Ah, damn it.
Hell yeah, let's go!
Oh, it's all the dogs. All the fucking dogs.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
No, a good roll, Hastus. Oof.
Nice.
Okay, so we got Hassus, Gabriel, and Beetlejuice. Tom, waiting on your roll.
Yeah, no, I'm having. It's not letting me. It's
Okay.
saying you attempted to use a roll command for value of a selected token, but no tokens are selected.
Okay, click on your guy. And then try it again. There you go. Alright. Alright, we are sorted. Beetlejuice, you're first.
Mm-hmm. Half action. I move. Wait, hold up. Let me look at my power. Can I do this as a. Two. Oh boy. Okay, so half action to move. With my torch, do I see a little bit more than Havelock?
No, this is based on perspective.
Okay.
So maybe like that, based on where you're standing.
Yeah, just because you said like there were still shadows.
Yeah.
I will go and do and see if the same thing works. Like last time, I'm going to cast distort vision to create a fake image of myself.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. And this fake image is going to show up in front of Hestus, between him and Barrow.
Okay.
Okay, distort vision with the very cool each threshold. Gonna put troops already on this because I want to succeed. Ooh, that's really good.
That's 2 10s, 25. Yeah, it succeeds. So, if you'd like to describe how your power executes, feel free.
Beetlejuice is like, do I hear this dog barking?
Yeah, you hear the dog barking.
Beetlejuice is like, here's the dog barking. He's like in front of a door. It's basically the same thing as like Maria. So he just does the same thing that he did with Maria, except with a little bit more like preparedness. He just goes behind Havelock, looks to the sides, identifies the dog, and draws a sigil on the air where just like two Beetlejuices like disperse. One goes to the left and one goes to the right, and the right one just disappears.
Okay.
As I become invisible.
All right.
And that's a action, so I still got a half action, which I'm gonna use to shoot that bitch.
Okay. Does that knock away your invisibility?
With this power, you disappear, and your image appears in another space. Until the start of your next turn, you are effectively invisible to all creatures. Okay. Does being invisible give like a bonus to ballistic skills?
No.
Okay,
no.
That's whatever.
It would give a penalty if someone was trying to shoot you.
Okay, yeah. It just goes wide.
All right, so you miss. All right, so that brings us to Havelock.
I can see Barrel at the moment.
You can.
Can I attempt to use my control slate for mittens on Barrel and
sure.
try to deactivate him?
Give me a tech use. This is hard.
Okay.
Because he is, as you remember, insane.
Yep. So hard is minus 10 or 20?
Hard is minus 15.
Ooh, no.
Nope.
Ooh, do you still have one more fate point?
No, he's out.
Nah, I'm out.
Oh, I need glasses. I saw that 6 as a 0.
Okay.
Was that only a half action or a full action?
I'll call that a half action. You can pull that out of your pocket and try to buzzer him.
Sorry, so I'm gonna try it again next time, but I do have wrangling. Would that have been a better option?
That's more of a trying to convince the animal through more traditional means.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Alright, so I'll just go off with a half aim then.
Alright, so you get a half aim in.
Yep, and that'll be my turn.
Alright, Gabriel, you're up.
Oh, what the fuck you want me to do?
Come on, nerd, do something!
Come on, demoralize. Oh,
I'm gonna see them pull out a gun. I assume I see Havelock, like, ready his gun and shit.
Around the corner you do.
Okay. I will half action pull out my gun.
Okay. End of turn?
I'll say to Havelock, toss me the fucking slate. I might be able to get it to work.
Free action, or is that a half action?
That'll be on your turn. You'll have to, because of where he's positioned, you'll have to turn around and try to toss it to him around the corner.
Or actually, can I use my half action, my second half action, to move up to him to grab it from him?
You can move up to him, but you won't be able to grab it because you pulled your gun.
Right. Okay.
On my turn, can I pass to him?
You mean rip it out of Havelock's hands and then pass it to Gabriel?
You know, when you put it like that, I kind of don't want to do it.
I mean, if that's how you want to spend part of your turn.
If I want to spend the time ripping off a melee shotgun, no.
If I'm thinking clearly about what Gabriel would do, he would not pull his gun. He would just go straight for grabbing the slate, if that's all right.
All right, we'll allow a little bit of editing since it's still your turn.
Okay, so yes, I will just run up to him and grab the slate from Havelock.
Okay, Havelock, I assume you let it go. So that's.
Yeah, he'll feel the tug, take a quick glance to the left, and then let go.
Okay, so Gabriel, that's the end of your turn. That's all of your action.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Barak.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna pull out my last pistol as a free action.
Okay. Because you have quick draw, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I will move up behind Mittens.
All right.
It'll be my turn.
Okay. It is now Lock, Shock, and Barrel's turn.
Excuse me, did you say Lock, Shock, and Barrel?
Mm-hmm.
As in 3?
Yeah, Lock, Shock, and Barrel.
Yes, he did.
Alright, Havelock, you're outside of charge range.
Oh, thank fuck for that. Wait, hang on, for one of them or all of them?
From Barrel right now.
Ah!
So, he's gonna go ahead and make his full move. They're a little clunky, if you recall. They don't move super fast. So his full move was 4 squares. So he's loping up the side of the wall with his head down, eyes focused on you, as if he's getting ready to pounce.
Oh, me.
Okay. And you hear tink 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 of another, and tink 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 tink, and another.
You know what? I'm gonna come out and say it. I'm fucking glad Tom's dead.
All right.
Whoever stole those dogs, your mom's a hoe.
Mom's a hoe.
Alright. Beetlejuice, you're up.
Yeah, did I see any other of the...
I mean, I'm not gonna give it to you like it's a radar, like you can boop, boo in a combat scenario. Alright?
No, not like that. Not with basically I dispel like the sense mechanism, because that would have interfered with my powers.
Mm-hmm.
And but did anybody? I'm just asking if like any appear on the map. Which, looking at it, nope.
No. What you see is what you get.
What I see is what I get. Okay. So, well, first of all, I stopped being invisible, but I'm going to redo my power, so that should not.
Okay.
So I just appear, and then I'm gonna use this power again to disappear again.
Mm-hmm. Mighty fine, tempting fate like that. Alright.
Yep, and I'm going to put myself, now this time, on I can put myself within like 10 meters. So let's try to bait people. So put myself here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Just gonna go in there. And I am going to try to defy fate one more time. As I'm going to try to spasm a barrel.
Okay. Both of those are half actions?
No. Distort Vision is a free action. Spasm is a half action.
Gotcha.
7, 1, go. 14.
There's a 9 in there.
Ooh, there is.
Oh, nay!
Roll Phenomena.
I'm gonna roll a fate point so I can reroll that.
Okay.
I don't. Distort Vision, Deja Vu.
Gotta fight the dogs and Beetlejuice all at the same time.
Incarnate Lesser Demon.
Okay, my willpower is 5, so with that plus 2 is 7, so I got it right on the money.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it makes
willpower test, right?
Yeah, a willpower test to resist.
Okay. What is your willpower barrel? It fails.
Nice. Okay, so it falls down on the ground, and if it has any ballistic weapons, it misfires immediately.
It doesn't.
Okay. So they must use the stand action to regain their feet next turn, and I'm gonna use like a half action to just Zoidberg. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Okay. You kind of work your way out of the room. Alright, half block. It is your turn. Barrel flips over suddenly, as if racked with sudden pain in its limbs and muscles.
No, fuck.
And you see like that Beetlejuice has teleported like in the middle of the room.
Shit. Fatal funnel, let's fucking get out of it. This is a wall?
That is a pillar, yeah.
Alright. We're gonna... Oh, hang on. Pretty sure I can move. Oh, I can... A half move there.
Alright.
Want to take a peek behind this pillar here.
Okay.
If I can.
Oh yeah, you can definitely look around that corner.
Street gate.
Yeah.
That control terminal is that. Like, hang on.
It's right here.
Oh, okay. As a free action, I'm going to yell out to Gabriel. I've got some terminals over this way, and then where did I hear the other footsteps from, roughly?
Make an awareness test.
Okay. Oh, of course, I haven't trained. Fantastic. Yep, okay.
Back. You know, this is an underground concrete space. A lot of echoing going on in here.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Whew. Okay, I guess with Barrel like spasming out, I'm gonna overwatch in this area here as my last half action.
Sure. You begin to overwatch in that area, making sure that nothing comes out of the shadows and fucks your shit up.
Jokes on me, it's gonna come from the other direction.
Alright, Gabriel, that's your turn.
Okay. From my general knowledge about how these things function, how these tablets function, do I need to like be in visual range, or do I just need to like know that I'm in range of the dog?
It is much easier if you can see the dog. It's done with infrared. Being on the other side of this rockcrete wall is not going to help you.
All right. In which case, I'll take my free meter of movement here.
Mm-hmm.
And then, attempt to just deactivate barrel.
Okay.
Is that a half action or full action?
That would be a half action. You can try that.
Okay.
So it's
tech
a
use?
hard tech use, minus 15.
So, minus 15. Okay.
Big money, no fails. Big money, no fails. Big money, no fails.
Oof. There we go. Alright. So you shut down Barrel. Its legs kind of go limp and it just kind of is lying on its side.
Alright, turned one off, and I'm gonna run back out the door with my other half action.
Okay. Alright, I don't necessarily have a sleeping icon, so we'll just... They're like angels when they're sleeping.
A mimir.
Okay, Barack, it's your turn.
Alright, I am going to move past Mittens and into here.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. I'll specifically say the one over there, barrel, it's off, so don't worry about it for now.
And then I will kind of keep Overwatch on this area.
Okay.
I've already moved.
Speaking of Havlock, are you purposely not doing anything with Mittens?
Kind of just putting... Well, I can't do anything with Mittens at the moment because I don't have the terminal.
Ah, yes. Alright then. So you're overwatching this area, Barack? Right?
Yes.
Okay, is that all you wanted to do?
That's all I can do.
Alright. No free actions taken. Remember, crying is a free action.
Is Mittens moving?
Mittens is crazy.
Mittens is sitting, waiting for instructions.
He's just vibing.
Yeah. So Barrel is asleep. Hassus, give me an agility test to see if you can react fast enough.
Sorry, what was this one?
Give me an agility test to see if you can react fast enough.
Oh god! Oh, that's it, I'm changing my color.
Before you can get a bead on it, Locke runs out from behind this pillar and charges Barack.
Of course it does.
Yep.
Gee, thanks.
Out from your peripheral vision, Barack, this cyber massive launches itself at you from around the area that Hastus was.
Well, that's not very nice.
I got a 15 naturally. Now that will hit. So that is a charge hit. So you may attempt to dodge if you'd like. If you have...
I would like to.
Alright, go ahead. Roll your dodge.
Oh no.
Oh no. Alright, so... Yeah, so he gets you right on the, the love handle right above your right hip. Biting you in the body. Dealing... Ooh, that's a fat 9 on the die. 12 wounds of damage to your body.
Oh,
As he
baby.
brutally gnashes his metal teeth, grinding with the power of a pneumatic vice into your body.
What's the dog doing?
That's what the dog's doing.
Fight
Ripping
the shit out
Barack
of me.
apart.
DM, why is the dog speaking chainsaw?
With your armor, 4, and what's your toughness? 3?
3.
Yeah, so minus 12. So you take 5
that's
wounds.
5?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like that.
No. Beetlejuice, it's your turn.
Uh-huh. Oh, boy.
You guys also hear more tick, tick, tick.
And I appear and my image disappears.
You also hear Brock scream.
I'm gonna shove your image in a corner just in case you use it again. Okay.
Uh-huh. Thank you. Okay, this one I'm just gonna go for a nice full action haywire on it. Threshold is a 10.
Okay. On lock.
Yep.
All right.
This one's gonna be hard, so I'm gonna use Psi Rating 2. You might get your thing yet. No, you did not.
All right. Is there a splash range on this?
Well, if I had Overbleed, I could have target somebody else, but I would have needed to see it.
Okay.
But no, it's a single target unless you have Overbleed.
Right.
Yeah. So in the situation where I cannot see anything else, then it would not even work. Anyway, willpower test on it. The only difference from Spasm is that it goes completely stunned if it fails this.
Rolled a 30 on the money, which is its willpower score.
It resists.
Yep.
Womp womp.
So a wave of psychic energy splashes against it, but it shrugs it off. Alright, was that your full turn?
If I may speak, I would just point at it and with a non-confidence voice say, Mittens attack.
Alright. Havelock, it's your turn.
Right. So, does someone want to walk me through on how psychic powers work?
Are you going to use yours?
Yes.
Normally on a psychic power, it has what is it? It has a focus time. If it says a half action or full action, if I remember correctly, you have a natural aim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me pull it up for you. A natural aim.
While he's looking for that, what is your psi rating? Is it 1?
I don't have a psi rating. It is actually.
You have to
Nascent?
because
It
he's
would probably be a 1.
yeah. It's a 1. So you roll 1d10 as part of your power roll. You add your willpower bonus, so that's 3. So 1d10 plus 3 is your roll, and then if you meet the threshold or are over it, you pass. If you roll a 9, you invoke Phenomena.
Oh, I thought that he was in the case where like he didn't have a psi rating and automatic succeed, and that's why I could not sense him.
It might be if it's from his...
Is it nascent?
No, it's a part of his background package. Do you have the page for that?
I should have written it down. Give me a second.
What book is it from?
Is it homebrew or is it like
no, it's okay. Oh god, it's a...
I'm gonna make this really easy. You don't want to use Unnatural Aim here because it makes you have point blank range. You're already that, so it's like you're not doing anything. You already have like the plus.
Okay, it gives me point blank range, does it?
Yeah. So you could
I
shoot
thought it just
somebody
gave
from
me a
really
plus
far
30,
away
yeah.
as if it was point blank. So if you already doesn't have a point.
Go right. I misunderstood that. Thank you. All right. I guess I will take my. Guess we'll do a half aim and try and shoot this dog, I guess.
Okay. You're using a shotgun, right?
Yep.
With Orc Shot?
Oh boy.
Yep.
You could hit Tom.
I could, but...
What if you did like the little 1 meter adjustment?
I was just thinking that. I was literally just thinking about taking... Yeah, we'll do that. I think that's a better idea. So if we take the step, half aim it, and then fire from there, it should be less chance of hitting Tom.
Yep.
So let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah, baby!
So that's a headshot. And then so that's 2 points of damage, I believe. Hang on. It's been so long since I've used scatter.
Scatter is every other, I think. I think it follows the same rule as semi-automatic off the top of my head.
Fired at a foe within point blank range. Each to do 2 degrees of success, the firer scores another hit.
All right.
So that's 1, 3?
So divide 7 by 2 is 3 and change. So it's 4. 1 for the actual hit, and then 3 for the bonus. All right. So he's got machine 6. So he's gonna soak the 5. He's gonna soak the 6 automatically. And then we're just looking for his toughness bonus now, which is 3. So he's got a total soak of 9. So he soaks the 9. He doesn't soak the 11. So that's 2 points of damage. So you blast him with your shotgun. Several of the pellets definitely hit his face while he's latched on the Tom. He lets go of Tom. You do see a hell of a lot of sparks skate across him as the pellets gouge out his armor plating on his muzzle. Good shot. He let go of Tom. I mean, Barack.
Excellent.
So that's something.
Yeah, I don't like being a chew toy.
Alright. So, end of your turn?
Yep, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Gabriel, you're up.
Okay. I have posted a note in the chat. And then, so basically, I will do my 1 free to get a look on Locke and make a tech use attempt to try and deactivate him.
Okay. Same test as before.
Oh, right. So subtract 15, but I already have more than 4 degrees of success.
Yeah, so Locke shuts down suddenly. We kind of like... Looks like it, after you shot it, it looks a little dazed for a second and just kind of like slumps over, like suddenly it took a nap.
Gabriel will call to Havelock. Do you mind if I send Mittens in?
No, I don't mind.
Okay, for the other half action, can I direct Mittens to go, like, here and guard?
You can direct Mittens himself to take a half action at the most.
Okay. Okay, in which case I will direct Mittens to take a half action and move How far can Mittens move?
Mittens can move a total of 4 meters on a full move, 2 meters on a half.
Okay, I will have him come into the room.
This can be 1.
Okay.
Because it's diagonal.
Right. I'll have him move here.
Alright. And then there. Alright, so Mittens moves into the room. Alright. Rock, you're up.
You're muted, Tom. Just.
I'm moving over 4, and then I'm going to kind of overwatch this area.
Alright. When you move there, I will give you your half action back because that may change what you do.
Okay.
We'll now, since you guys have a lock on shock, we'll reveal the whole map.
So yeah, instead of overwatching, I will take a half action to shoot.
Alright, go ahead and roll your attack. Last pistol, right?
No, yeah.
Ooh, good hit. That's one of the legs, I think. 76.
Roll the damage.
Roll damage. Ooh, Righteous Fury. Go ahead and roll another d10. Nine, okay. So it takes 12 wounds. You basically blow its leg off, and it is toast.
Yeah.
Good shot. Yeah, it could only soak that 9, and then it has fewer wounds than 12, so it's toast. Okay. So now you guys are out of combat. Gabriel, you feeling better about coming in here with friends rather than coming in here alone?
Yeah. But also, I have the sprint talent, so I wouldn't have stayed in here long.
Narrowly missed having a problem with dogs by yourself. Okay. The map is free for you guys to explore.
Alright. Gabriel will just confer with Havelock to ensure that these dogs are, like, shut down, as in they cannot come back online by themselves at all. Or just, like, deconnected completely. Like, even if there's a remote signal, the bodies will physically not move.
Out of character, from my understanding, is once they are shut down through the terminal, they're shut down. However, if they can be reactivated the exact same way, so...
Right. I guess Gabriel's asking if they like physical deactivation, where like unplug something, so even if someone else with the terminal comes by, they won't turn on.
Yeah, there is a... So... from my understanding, there is a maintenance mode that you can basically turn them on, and then they will be inoperable to any kind of signal, which, you know, stops people from like activating them, going, "Oh, I want to use the dog," when it's being put through its rage testers and stuff of that nature. So,
all right. Also, GM, I understood that these had, like, their programming is somewhat decayed from the sort of, well, at least, what was it? The previous dog in Maria's apartment's programming had decayed.
Yeah, they're kind of insane. They're in a
Right.
They're in like a complete rage mode where they'll just attack whatever.
Would putting them in maintenance mode then be risky in that sense, or would the maintenance mode basically prevent them from acting even if they're in rage?
Maintenance mode is basically like booting up the BIOS, but not letting anything else work. So it wouldn't have any motor control.
Perfect. That's exactly what I'm looking for. With Havelock's assistance, I'd like to put them all in maintenance mode, or at least barrel and lock.
Sure, go ahead and do a tech use, and then you guys should be able to put them in maintenance mode.
Cool. I will take my time with this for an extra bonus.
Okay.
Cool. Do I need to do 2 of them?
Nope, just the one.
Okay. Well, thank you for making this investigation a lot easier. All of you.
Well,
And here's your terminal back, and Gabriel will hand back your terminal, Havelock.
appreciate it. Alright, I'm gonna go find off where the detective and Maria went. What the hell's going on there? If you require Barack and Beetlejuice to stay here, then so be it.
I think you'll probably need them more if they are in danger. Hopefully, nothing will go wrong now that the threats here have been dealt with.
Alright. Let's go, Mittens. Come, boy.
Woo!
Oh, and, leave the dogs here once you're done. Don't
Yeah.
call in anybody else. Until you're absolutely sure that this was Tom and he was on his own.
Of
Don't
course.
need these things being up again. These things are expensive. We can't keep losing them at this rate.
Of course.
Okay. Brock and Beetlejuice, do you guys go with Havelock?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll just group you guys together and just... boink
I roll to re-put my torch up,
Mm-hmm.
and because I roll so well that I get overbleed on torch. Yes, there's a overbleed for the flashlight, and it now is double the size.
Oh, great. So, Gabriel...
This one is 24 meters.
24 meters, damn, dude. That's a hell of a flashlight. It's like, have you guys seen that, like, 10,000 lumen flashlight on the internet where this guy is like, yeah, look at this flashlight, and then he points it out his window and turns it on, and it lights up, like, the whole city?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Pilots hate them.
Yeah.
Apparently they overheat really fast.
Oh, yeah. So, Gabriel, you're left alone in this space that is... ominous.
Indeed. Time for a, honestly, his coworkers are adequate, but the fact that they haven't compromised the rest of the crime scene makes Gabriel possibly the happiest he's been since the Magos told him he got into Scola.
That's quite happy.
Yes. He doesn't really have appropriate emotional responses to things.
No, he doesn't.
Anyways.
You got into the Scola. Thanks.
Yes.
Alright, so what do you want to check out first?
Sort of save the interesting stuff for last. Do a systematic sweep, like, back and forth.
Okay. Yeah, these are just corners and stuff. It looks like, you know...
He's using his picture recorder, taking, like, site photos, scene photos, everything.
Mm-hmm.
Looking through everything, and then, I guess, provided there's no, like, nothing of interest here, no surfaces look like they could hold fingerprints, or no signs of DNA, no evidence left out. I think the first thing he'll notice is this terminal.
Okay. Yeah, there's a gate at the end of this little ramp here. This part's on an incline. It goes upwards. You imagine that somewhere this connects to the street.
Is this... Because, okay, this hatch was on top of a movable storage container, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this looks concrete built into the ground.
Yeah.
Huh. That's fucked. I guess the first thing would be the control terminal could have prints on it, so dust that.
Mm-hmm.
Do I pull anything?
Hey, you get stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
You'll need your lab, but yeah, you get stuff.
I will start. Actually, let me start recording this. I'll look at... Is this terminal specifically only just opens and closes the door? Doesn't seem to have any other purposes?
Yeah, that's all it does. It's got an on and an off switch.
Alright, I'll move on, sort of taking more... I'll take photos here. How far does it go before it hits, like, a door? I assume it's the edge of the map?
Yeah, there's a door at the edge of the map. That's as far as it goes, and that's what the terminal controls.
Cool. Are there any tire tracks and or ferrous oxide residues on the vehicles here?
There's no vehicles here, it's just trace.
Right. Sorry, are there any vehicle tracks and or ferrous oxide residues from vehicle tracks?
Not specifically, because as you're walking up this, you do realize that there's water rushing down it. So the runoff runs down here and into a sewer grate.
Right.
It goes straight into the main sewer.
I'll take a sample of the water just to see if it's leached that ferrous oxides. Sure. And if there's no tire tracks, then I will continue. Nothing in this little alcove?
So this alcove is occupied by a mattress. There are 2 iron rings on the walls, as well as chains.
I see. I'm going to search the mattress for hairs,
you do the forensic
DNA.
Analysis of this. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I have an idea of what you're gonna do. So, if you, interest of time, you could say forensically analyze this area
of the mattress and the chains.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you'll find hair and residue and that sort of stuff. You'll need other equipment to get a better picture, but what you think happens here is probably what happens here.
Right. Okay. Then we'll move on to this area here.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very careful to avoid any blood on the ground, and especially if there's boot prints in the blood, or anything like that. And then, of course, also taking a sample of the blood.
Okay, yeah. There's some blood on the floor here, over here. You can take samples of those. Whoever, walks around in this area is careful enough not to leave any boot prints.
Okay. Blood.
This operating table is well furnished with equipment.
Interesting. And the equipment is like, I guess what is just surgical equipment?
Yeah, it's surgical equipment, medical grade.
I don't know. I wouldn't put anything past him. I'm expecting not to find prints on the surgical tools if the individual's using gloves, but I don't know that they're using gloves, so I'll check anyways.
You don't find any prints.
Okay. But, okay. Blood from the table. Then, yeah, we'll see this area here. What's on the desk?
So, what's on the desk are a few photo albums. And a few books that are more or less, they look like journals.
Right. We'll get back to those. But take photos of them in situ. Then head, avoiding blood on the floor, head over to this corner.
Looks like an ammo crate. It's got a fuckload of Grox shot in it, and some P9.
Right. Lieutenant Wren's ammo crate shotgun used Grok shot, did it not, when he was attacking?
Yeah, most shotguns.
And...
Yeah, most shotguns do use Grok shot. It's the equivalent of buckshot.
Right. So yeah, dust all of the ammo crates, especially like the heavily manipulated forensic analysis of the ammo crate.
Yep.
See if I get prints and stuff like that.
Yeah, you'll get some prints and some gunpowder residue and that sort of information. That's about it, though.
Okay, and also want to take samples of each of the shot for ballistic analysis.
Yeah, you can take a couple of... you can take a statistical sample of the shot. That'll yield you 12 shells.
Okay.
10%. And then there are 15 mags. Packed magazines of 9p in the boxes.
And this is just standard Imperial Guard packaging?
The packaging, no. This is independent forge arms. Crane.
Okay, so it's Castor and Crane specifically.
Yeah, it's Castor independent forge arms packed. So he bought ammunition from them.
Cool. Again, avoiding the blood, taking photos of that, and then coming into this room and taking lots of photos for all the angles and...
Yeah, this looks like...
Blood spatter analysis is mostly hack work, but...
Yeah.
Why not? It's a fantasy setting.
Yeah, this is mostly a... this looks like a room where someone is generally left to die.
Okay.
Or left to be in a space where they can just bleed.
Does it look like, is there like restraints to hold someone upside down for exsanguination, or is it going to just be
it's
passive?
Just passive. You know, there's not even like chains that adhere them to the wall. So you imagine from the pooling, like somebody leaned against the wall for a while. The stains are old.
Right. Old. I'll take samples of this as well, just to make sure it's the same as the trail of blood. Does it look like the quantity of blood is enough for a single individual to bleed out?
No, it's not enough for that. There's it could if it's all of the blood, but eyeballing it, probably not. The way that it's laid out, it doesn't look like it's one singular person. It's probably accrued...
There's older stains and newer stains?
Yeah, it's probably accrued over a series of victims.
Series of victims. Okay. Alright, and then I guess, once all those samples have been taken, it's head back to the desk and, with gloves on, of course, do get all the prints and stuff off the journals and oils from the skin, if there's any left, examine them, and then start reading them.
Now, surprisingly, you haven't found any flensed skin here when you look through things. But the books themselves, the albums are just photographs of victims. Just a gallery. Each album is full, more or less. The last album is not. The journals are mostly full. One of them is like halfway done.
Okay. Are there names on these photo albums, or can I match the photo albums to specific victims?
You'd be able to match photo to just one victim, because you've only seen one victim.
Right.
Like
and that would be the partially finished one?
That would be Sophia Clark, and you can match that one to her.
Okay. Is that one the partially finished one, or is that...
Yeah, that one's in the partially finished one.
Okay. And the journals, are they specific? I guess, what are the contents of the journals?
Just detailed record
of
habits, of everything, of habits of the victims, what the person is doing. Go ahead and give me a literacy.
Okay. I will take my time with this. So take my bonus. 3.3 degrees to success.
Also, for reading through these, since you're taking your time, I'm going to need you to make a willpower test.
Cool. Does Jaded apply here?
I think this goes beyond the norm of what can be considered normal horror.
Oh, I mean, yes, but like, and it's not. Are there references to the profane powers?
Not specifically.
In which case, could I get a bonus from Jaded, especially given Gabriel's background?
I'll give you a 10.
Okay.
Twist my arm a little bit, but I'll give you a 10 for it. Okay. It's disturbing, but not to the point where it leaves you up at night thinking about it, obsessing over it. The thing you notice...
Right. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just want to clarify all the content. So it's the habits of the victims, details of their schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Yes. The habits of the perpetrator, what they think about these individuals, various plans to do the deed, more or less a report on how successful it was. Basically, if you wanted to, you could recreate every crime with these. They're that thorough. They're extremely detailed.
Too detailed.
You notice that the older ones have a different handwriting and a different common usage in the lexicon. So the older ones are... the way of writing is very different. It's almost as if two different people were involved in this. So for a while, most of the books, it's this one older hand, and then the newer books is this newer voice.
Right. Could I get like because the Flensers worked on such a specific timeline for so long, could I look at the quantity of journals and determine sort of exactly when in time the hand changed?
You probably wouldn't be able to get a date. But
right.
You'd be able to get...
I guess the first kill that was under the new voice, if I can arrange them chronologically.
You can give that a try, yeah. So, do a seen this before, but this one's hard. It's 15.
Okay. 15. Okay, I will take my time, so it's just a -5. Ooh, 6.2.
Alright, so this one started maybe 10 years ago. It switched.
New killer 10 years ago. Okay.
Somewhere in that neighborhood, a new killer started up. And you're looking through the journals and you're trying to pinpoint when exactly it switched hands. Interesting point of analysis here. There's a mentioning of the new person in the older journals before it switches hands.
Right. Does it mention by name or title or anything?
No, but it speaks of acquiring an apprentice. For certain parts of it, it talks about how age is catching up with him, and it talks about how for the work to continue, he will have to find someone of a like mind or disposition to take up the mantle. And then later he says that while it's not exactly what he hoped for, the apprentice is good enough. So.
Does the sentiment and sort of like personality in these relatively match the psychological profile that was generated by the R-bodies?
Yes.
Right. I think... And I guess the final question is, are there any clues to the identity of the older hand?
No. It's general enough. The only specific information is about the deeds and acts. No specific information about them personally. Other than their intimate thoughts on the matters.
All right. All right. Yeah, pictures of every page of the journal, of every page of every journal, and yeah, just wrapping up.
You'll be here for days.
Analysis.
You'll be here for days with the amount of material that it is. Then. Yeah,
that's Gabriel will be spending basically that'll probably come back to once the haunted house is dealt with. He'll probably still be here.
Okay. All right. So Maria has had to dip. We'll scooch over to the other three and their arrival here at the House of Crane.
Okay. Before that, I want to do like a little power roll.
Sure.
As we leave the container, and we are in like an illuminated place where I don't need to keep my torch up anymore. I look at like Barak. How wounded was Barak actually?
Let's see. You're over. Are you over or under half your?
It was almost a third.
So you've got. Oh yeah, yeah. You're over half, so you're lightly wounded.
It's like say, oh, does not look good. Would you like me to fix that, like I did before?
Yeah. Since we don't know what we're going into, it probably should get patched up.
Havelock, I'm gonna stop for a while here. You keep on going.
Okay.
And Beetlejuice is going to put a hand over your wound and is going to make some hand gestures before like a lightning coming from his eye like just descends into his hand and is gonna hit you on your leg for, let's see if that works. Okay, that hits the threshold. No 9s, and you heal a whopping 5.
That brings you back to full. Yeah, it's like the dog never bit you at all. I mean, your clothes are still a little messed up. Looks like the dog never bit you at all. Nifty.
Yeah.
Yeah, your skin and like your flesh gonna start to weirdly knit into itself and then just go back to normal. Beetlejuice is just gonna like clap his hands as like he's like trying to clap dust away from it. Grab his staff and like start making way to Havelock.
Alright, so you guys basically catch up with each other and you arrive at the House of Crane around the same time.
Yes.
Okay.
Scene's yours.
House of Crane.
So is the door wide open?
No, it's closed.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Havelock's going to approach the steps.
Okay.
And he's going to knock loudly on the door.
Okay. You knock loudly on the door. It seems no one is coming, but as you get that last rap in, the door kind of goes...
Okay. step inside.
Okay, you step inside. You're swinging the doors open. You see these two cyber mastiffs right here. They're kind of at attention. They don't seem to be aggressive or any sort of stance like that.
Hello?
They both kind of look at you. Liberty cocks her head slightly.
Beetlejuice walks in behind Havelock. He's on his door frame. He flinches a little bit when he sees the two dogs and starts looking around. Wouldn't they have servants at this place?
Yes, they would. And the fact that...
Wait, who opened the door? Beetlejuice gonna start looking behind the door.
Hass is going to bring his shotgun into a high ready.
Okay. No one's behind the door as you peek around it.
Hello? Adeptus Arbites?
It's eerily...
This is spook.
It's eerily quiet as no one reacts to your calling out of your particular department.
This is spooky, but this is not like psyker territory, so I'm not gonna finish him.
Hass is going to take a shell from his loader on his pocket, and he's just going to top up the tube.
Okay. You put it in.
Just a slunk.
The dogs don't seem to react to you in a hostile fashion.
Beetlejuice gonna draw his gun.
Okay.
Which has now since reloaded.
Mittens is going to go over and start sniffing around Chevalier.
Chevalier also starts to sniff around Mittens, and they're doing the dog spin. As one sniffs the other, they kind of turn a little bit and turn, and then they settle in a position. They're getting acquainted and introduced. Barak, as you step in, the door kind of gently, with a gust of wind, shuts itself behind.
Like that. I'll pull up my las pistol, since I don't know what the on.
Alright.
Hastis is going to knock on this door.
Okay.
Adeptus Abates?
The door opens as if it is welcoming you in. It is a dining room. Well appointed with porcelain plates and candelabras that are lit. The room is softly illuminated by the candles that are lit. As you can look around the corner, you can see that there are crystal glasses on the cupboard, and the hutch has an array of fine liquor.
Beetlejuice, Barak, do not enter any room. Feel free to open them. Do not enter any room. And Hastis will look back at Barak and realise that the front door is closed, and... Barak, try and open the front door for me.
I'll
We
attempt
should
to
try
open the door.
Okay.
We should try to warn Gabriel about this.
You reach for the door, Barak, and you can't seem to get your fingers to touch the knob. It's like as if there's some kind of invisible wall, or it's too far away, no matter how close you get to it or reach for it. Give me a willpower test.
Boy.
Alright, you succeed. Perhaps there's something up. Something similar to what Beetlejuice is that is preventing you from leaving. But it is impossible. And because you succeeded, you only take 1 point of insanity.
So Barak, you gonna open that door anytime soon?
I'm trying. There's something weird going on.
Right.
It
Weird
won't
how?
let me. No matter how much I try to grab at it, it's like it's not there.
Alright, nobody move. Nobody open anything, nobody touch anything.
Liberty comes over to sniff Mittens.
Mr. Beetlejuice.
I was thinking the same.
I worked on a case a little while back. Rampant witch. I was on the task force that raided one of their houses. We were stuck in them for 3 weeks. We didn't find... I take it the door closes on me?
Yeah. It closes on you.
Yep, there it is.
I hope that this story ends with you catching and burning the witch.
We didn't. Tactical team in the department did. As a matter of fact, it's the reason why we don't have a tactical team in the department at the moment.
Beetlejuice is like going to not try to reach for the doorknob, but he's gonna try to feel like exactly where it stops.
Okay, you're kind of like looking for where the barrier is. You don't come across any sort of force or entity or resistance at all. Because you're...
Oh, in my case, it feels like normal.
It feels like air right now, as you're looking for where the edge of this phenomena is.
Mm-hmm. Havelock, can you try yourself? Or you, Barack? Show me exactly where it is. It seems that
Okay.
my psychic affinity is preventing me from being affected by this.
Okay, so Barack, you reach for the doorknob again?
Yes.
Okay, you reach for the doorknob again, and you do find where that sort of resistance or barrier is that's preventing you from, strangely, getting close enough to reach it. His hand's right about where yours is, Beetlejuice.
Mm-hmm. So did it stop affecting him, or did it stop?
No,
like,
it's still affecting.
right?
It's still affecting him.
Okay. On this case, like, Beetlejuice is gonna try to think about where exactly would that fall? Would it like I have Forbidden Lore Warp? Or is that kind of thing where I should like examine it like Phoenicians?
You should try to examine it with Senescience before you try to determine anything else.
Yeah. I'm going to try to get a beat on this with Senescience. I'm gonna open my mind to the warp a little bit here. Whoop.
Okay. How far out does that go for you?
I believe it's
1d10 plus perception bonus for every plus 1d10 plus perception bonus for every degree success.
So in my case, my perception bonus is 4, and that would be with 6. So 10 meters?
It would be 3d10 plus 12, actually.
Oh,
for 2.8 degrees.
10. Okay. $19?
15 plus 12.
So 27.
Yep.
Okay, so there's some kind of will from the Imperium that is preventing you from leaving. You get that while you can like reach to touch the door, like if you're just intending to touch like the glass or to feel that, but as soon as you try to grab the knob, it resists you, right? You also notice that there are several beings in the next room that are minimally psychically active along baseline humans. There are also a couple of other people around the house, on this floor at least, that are minimally psychically charged, just like baseline humans. One of them is in the room that's here. A couple of them are back in this region somewhere. There's one in this room somewhere. There is something that is a terrible will somewhere in the house. You can't get a exact beat on it because it's shifting constantly. Like you feel it upstairs, and then you feel it down here, and then you feel it over in the next room with everyone else, and then you feel it in the dining room that you just left. It's moving all over the house in a strange and shifting manner. It is as if it is some kind of like gaseous thing that is just becoming, or a temperature rise that is affecting one room and then drops, and then it affects another room and then drops.
Okay. So from all the individuals that I felt, besides my friends here, are all of them psychically charged? Even if a little bit?
Baseline humans, yeah.
Baseline humans, okay. All of them baseline except this terrible will that I'm feeling around the house.
Yeah, there's some kind of terrible will that's in the house.
So, metagaming, there's the people on like the right. Do I know where the other people are?
Like I said, there's a person probably in this room, someone probably in this room, and then some people back here in this area somewhere.
And I do feel the people here.
Yeah, you do feel that there's quite a few people in here, but again, you can't get a beat on them because of this presence. The presence is kind of preventing a direct lock-on. The people that you can sense directly are the people that are in the room with you right now, which is Havelock and Barak.
Okay. Yeah. Beetlejuice is gonna just suddenly turn, and he's gonna keep walking up a little bit. Like looking around, he's gonna go into the floor, he's gonna go to the sides. It's like he's following like this thing that keeps shifting from side to side. And then his eye's gonna come back to normal. Yet this place is affected. I cannot catch a beat of its movement. It's everywhere and nowhere at the same time. But it's here. It's hidden.
Right.
There's some people on this door. Some people on that door. By that direction, by the stairs. And I do believe I caught a glimpse of somebody by the end on the right side. Normal people.
Right, so you said in this one here?
There's the biggest amount of people in there. No psychers that I feel.
Hass is going to try and open the door.
Okay, you open the door. There's nobody in there.
Oh, fuck.
It's empty. It's an opulent drawing room. There's a nice recaf table, some nice sofas, a lounge sofa, a box stand, a cabinet. There is a cozy atmosphere to this room. The lamps on the sides are gas, and they have these flickering flames that produce a nice effect around the room. Some light shadows, but otherwise it seems quite cozy.
Hass is going to close the door.
Okay, you close the door.
You did say that the witch affected people in the time that they stayed. Did that also include them disappearing in the house?
God, I hope they don't kick me off the force for this. I'm going to bring my shotgun to bear. So, does this door enter inwards or outwards?
It enters inwards.
Fuck.
Oh boy, if I see him like about to shoot that door, I'm gonna just go, ooh, fuck.
So, I'm going to open the door again. I'm going to notice where the hinges are. I'm going to take my knife out, and then I'm going to start chipping away at the door frame, so I've got a clear access to the locks.
Oh boy!
To the hinges, or not even like a clear, but just like marking where they are.
Okay, so you're.
Wait. Instead of moving away, do I know like the thing that happened with Gamma, like tampering with the physical limitations of a place that is affected by a time, space kind of warp thing can have the effect that had on Gamma?
I mean,
backlash to the people that try to meddle with it?
It's possible. Like, that's a thing that can happen in a space that's affected like that. It's not all. It doesn't always happen. It depends on how badly it's been bathed in that energy, but it's possible.
Okay, yeah. So I'll try to stop you. Like, Hemlock, stop.
Hmm?
This is not a normal house anymore. This has been bathed in Empyrean lights. You're dealing with the warp now. You're not attacking handles, walls, and stone. If you try to damage the house, it might try to damage you back. Permanently.
Yes, so when we were stuck in that tiny fucking 4-bedroom flat, we would lose people entering entering rooms, the doors would shut behind them. It was only until one of us got absolutely sick of it happening and he blew a door off its hinges. We found one of the officers sitting there cannibalizing the others. This was about a week and a half in, doing it out of a necessity. If you've got more information, now would be the time to share. But the way I see it is these doors, they are... If you say there are people in here, this is an illusion. I'm sure they are in this room, but I cannot see them. If I remove the door, then the illusion will go.
I understand that there's a possibility that you dealt with this person before and the methods. But modus operandi does not work with the warp. You may try the same methods, and they might work, and they might not. Just understand that this might have a backlash that you're not willing to take.
All three of you in here, roll a awareness test.
Oh, god damn it.
Awareness. Let's go. Yes.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Tom, Barack is watching these two talk, kind of focused on the conversation, it seems, unless you're doing something else specific. Beetlejuice, you notice the three dogs kind of turn their attention to this door, and then they watch someone or something go across the hallway and go into this space. They wind up watching this door, and they're kind of just staring at it.
Okay, let me just see if my Senescience has oh, it doesn't have like an action thing on it. Let me see. I would, the moment I got what they were doing, as if they were watching a person, Beetlejuice would just pull a gun on it, and then try to use Senescience to see if we can detect somebody there.
Okay. So go ahead and roll that real quick for me.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, yeah. You do sense a presence, a human presence, walk from here, and you almost hear them speaking as soon as you focus on that. You catch the words, "Hey, Josephine, do you think dinner will be ready anytime soon?" And then it cuts out as soon as the presence leaves and goes into this door. And that's where we will pick up next time we play. In 2 weeks. On the 28th.
Whoa.
So, welcome to Heresy and Damnation. We're going into the Damnation part of it. Kids' gloves are off. Baby.
Been saying that so long. You're taking more gloves out of your gloves?
There are more gloves coming off the hands. There are just so many
nesting gloves.
So many gloves. All right.
It's like you're taking out your golf clubs, and now you're taking out like the peel of glue that you had.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the kid gloves.
Glove.
All right. Well, we'll catch you guys back here 2 weeks.